Following the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the people grew weary of corruption within the imperial court. Zhang Jiao, the leader of a religious sect known as the Way of Peace, captured the hearts and minds of the people through his teachings. Eventually, his followers numbered in the several hundreds of thousands, and he rose in rebellion. His purpose was to forge an era of peace that the people and the land itself so desperately needed. Concerned with this turn of events, the Han Emperor dispatched several loyal officers to put down the uprising. Zhang Jiao and the rebels found themselves continually driven back by the well-organized imperial forces. However, Zhang Jiao believed in the words he had spoken. The time of the Han has ended. Long live the Yellow Turbans. It was then that his unwavering faith in his cause was about to deliver a much-needed miracle.
This looks bad. Our men are surrounded by yellow turbans.
It is the height of foolishness to set up camp on a narrow path when you have such numbers.
Yeah, but look on the bright side. Now we get to rescue them.
Yes.
You finished talking?
Do this right.
Let's get on with it, Yuan.
Yeah! Oh, whoa! Whoa!
Words are not needed for him. Impressive.
So, brother, remind me again why we have to get involved in this war.
If we don't fight, the war will spread to our lands. To keep our people safe, we have to destroy the conflict at its root!
But there's more to it than that! We're helping out the Imperial Army here. And the palace will soon realize just what we can do. Isn't that right, Father?
I have no need for glory. All I wish to do is stamp out the sparks of conflict. Nothing more.
Hey! Come back! You have to help us! The Yellow Turbans are upon us! You have to save our village!
Know your place! We are the Imperial Army! We have no time to waste with worthless plans!
Help! Help! The Yellow Turbans! Our village!
Leave everything to us.
During the later Han period, the signs of impending rebellion were everywhere. Corruption within the imperial court had thrown the land into chaos and caused the people to suffer greatly. In this time of uncertainty, the people found themselves yearning for change. Zhang Jiao, the leader of a religious sect known as the Way of Peace, fanned the flames of rebellion and formed an army. This uprising would later come to be known as the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The threat of the Yellow Turbans loomed like a dark cloud over the Han. Sensing their impending doom, the imperial court raised the call for troops across the land. Among those who answered was a man who fought on behalf of the people. His name was Liu Bei, and he was a descendant of Han royalty. Though we may have been born separately, we will die together as one. With this oath taken in the Peach Garden with his sworn brothers, Liu Bei joined the battle. For within his heart, there was no greater cause than to ease the people's suffering.
The Han has already burned out. Fools who would defy heaven's will, feel its fiery fury.
For the people, I cannot retreat.
What can a man of your indecision hope to achieve by defeating me?
All I desire is an end to the chaos.
You fool! The Han's days are over. Defeating me won't stop anything at all.
Perhaps that is so. But wherever people are suffering, I will be there.
You are so naive, you poor deluded fool. That naivety of yours will bring great suffering to those close to you.
Are you all right?
Was his dream to save the people and the land itself destined to go unrealized? Thanks in large part to the efforts of Liu Bei, the Yellow Turban Rebellion came to a much welcomed end. Afterwards, he continued to fight on behalf of the people, but the chaos showed no signs of abating. Then, in Liang Province, Bianzhong and Han Sui rose up in a large-scale rebellion. Tasked with putting down the rebels was the feared warlord Dong Zhuo. However, he proceeded too cautiously out of concern for his own personal safety, thereby leading to heavy casualties of his men. Troubled by this turn of events, the imperial court ordered Sun Jian to go and assist Dong Zhuo. Accompanied by his brave yet brash young son Sun Ce, Sun Jian headed for Liang to face the enemy. The arrival of a land where his family and friends could live in peace and harmony. Was the dream of the tiger destined to remain only in the realm of fancy?
All that oppose me shall be put to a swift death. They'll all regret ever crossing me. After them! None are to leave here alive!
Hold on. We don't have to go that far.
It's no good, son. He's not listening.
That may be so. But if we don't stop him, he's going to be trouble.
Dong Zhuo is a parasite who thrives on chaos. If we bring peace, he will have no place to live.
So we're just supposed to wait until he burns out? Father, please tell me you're joking. You could stop him if you wanted.
Due to the efforts of Sun Jian and Sun Ce, peace was restored to Liang. And in an instant, word of the Tiger of Jiangdong spread across the land like wildfire. However, no matter how brave Sun Jian was, the chaos continued with equal fervor and intensity. And so he was dispatched once again in order to quell another rebellion. This time, his opponent was O Xing, who had risen up at Changsha. As a reward, the imperial court promised to appoint Sun Jian the prefect of Changsha. So with the expectations of the imperial court, as well as his family weighing on him, Sun Jian took to the battlefield. In truth, he desired neither fame nor territory. He merely wished for a lasting peace for those who entrusted their lives to him. And with his ambitions sheathed for the time being, Sun Jian went to put an end to the rebellious O Xing.
One guy. Am I really of any use at all to my father?
What's gotten into you?
Sometimes, I just don't understand why my father hides his true strength. But unlike my brother, I don't have the courage to say my piece. And so, here I am, just watching the two of them again.
I must say, I do not understand the two of them either. Unlike you, they usually don't talk to me about how they feel.
I think Chuan is probably the only one that feels like he can ask for your opinion. I think you underestimate just how valuable you are, right?
Indeed.
Brother!
You really bailed me out this time. Thanks.
No, I didn't do anything.
Fine work, my son.
Thank you.
With the family together, there's nothing we can't overcome. Right, Father?
Yes. I am always so proud of your achievements.
Pretty impressive, Chuan. Hey! That was incredible! You're really showing me up out there, little brother. I'll have to try harder.
Please, brother. That's enough.
You're such a tease.
Meanwhile, the Han Imperial Court lost the last vestiges of its authority and influence. It was then that Cao Cao's childhood friend, Yuan Shao, rose to power. We must slay the 10 eunuchs who are responsible for this corruption. He gathered together various warlords and eliminated the eunuchs. However, from his position within the Imperial Court, Cao Cao could sense it. The 10 eunuchs were not the only ones harboring the smoldering sparks of rebellion. For there was another threat, a violent wind capable of toppling the once mighty Han Empire. And that threat had a name, Dong Zhuo, a brutal warlord, feared far and wide.
We said we were fighting for the good of the land. Men flocked to our cause and we claimed victory. But among those men were evildoers like Dong Zhuo. now, he has ultimate power. And it seems our efforts were all for naught. I don't know if the Han will ever be able to bring peace to this land.
A fine speech. Very rousing.
Yes, well, we must stop Dong Zhuo. You owe me, remember? You're going to help. Got that?
What is it?
My lord, Dong Zhuo wants to see you.
So, you're keeping wild animals now?
I am Lu Bu. You must be the fleeing rat.
I'll just go tidy things up.
You knew this would be dangerous, didn't you?
I wish to see this Dong Zhuo with my own eyes.
I don't know how long I'll last doing stuff like this. Maybe I should get out of the bodyguard.
Then maybe I'll get you a guard dog like Lu Bu.
No.
Having managed to elude Dong Zhuo's pursuit, Cao Cao fled the capital. Yuan Shao was forced to retreat to Ji province in the north as well. The other warlords also escaped the capital and returned to the homes which they had left behind. As waves of tyranny washed over the capital, only the sound of Dong Zhuo's cruel laughter could be heard. It seemed as if the land was doomed to be shrouded in chaos. Yet Cao Cao, who was at his best in times of adversity, had already prepared his next move. He raised troops and sent a call to arms to the various warlords across the land. His aim was to form a coalition against Dong Zhuo, with Yuan Shao as its leader. And so, Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and numerous other brave souls began their march on the capital to confront Dong Zhuo. Which side would emerge victorious? The harbingers of a new age, or the tyrant who epitomized the evil that men do? The answer would soon be revealed on the field of battle.
I see one or two famous faces here today.
Yes. Not only do we have Yuan Shao, the leader of the Alliance, but its instigator Cao Cao as well. Yuan Shu, Sun Jian, quite a list of dignitaries. Ha! And yet our brother is still unknown. At least, until we defeat Dong Zhuo here today, that is. The mighty Hua Xiong! I have cut you down on behalf of my lord, Liu Bei.
Fine work, Guan Yu.
My brother.
That's the way! I knew you had it in you!
I am sick of weaklings. Come!
You know who I am? I am the mighty Zhang Fei!
Brother, together we will overcome this beast.
Dong Zhuo seized control of the Han Imperial Court and began a reign of terror. An alliance was formed consisting of various warlords who were determined to rid the land of the tyrant. The two sides clashed at Hulao Gate, with the Allied forces emerging victorious. Defeated, Dong Zhuo looked to move the capital from Luoyang to Chang'an. Taking the emperor with him, he planned his escape to Chang'an. The Allied leaders were uncertain how to react to such a bold move and were unable to respond in time. All except one man, Cao Cao, the hero of chaos. He quickly set his army into motion and looked to prevent the escape attempt. The tyrant faced off against the hero in battle, with control of the emperor himself as the prize. Out of the coalition members, it was Sun Jian whose accomplishments towered highest. Having been driven off by the coalition, Dong Zhuo fled the capital and sought refuge in Chang'an. The coalition managed to retake Luoyang, which had long served as the center of Han influence. With their spirits high, Sun Jian and the others entered the capital, yet what awaited them was a shock to all present. The once glorious capital lay in ruin. Like a deadly inferno, Dong Zhuo had swept through the city during his escape, burning all that he came across.
Look at this. That animal. We never should have let him go.
This is...
A seal.
One and only Imperial seal. Really?
That's incredible! It's like the heavens themselves have chosen you. I mean, it has to be. What are the odds of this happening?
Father?
With the Emperor in such a predicament, it was impossible to return the Imperial Seal to him at that time. And yet, those in the court and their own greedy ambitions could not be trusted with such a powerful object either. So Sun Jian decided to quietly hide the seal, so that it would not give rise to a new age of chaos. However, an object of such dazzling beauty and power could not remain hidden forever. Yuan Shao of Hebei learned of the seal's location and demanded that he hand it over. In response to Yuan Shao's threats, Sun Jian turned to another for assistance. It was none other than Yuan Shu, the one man who equaled Yuan Shao in fame and prestige. In exchange for Yuan Shu's protection, Sun Jian agreed to attack Yuan Shu's old nemesis, Liu Biao. Sun Jian took Sun Ce with him, and together they set out for Liu Biao's territory of Xiangyang. Within his large, powerful hand, the imperial seal glistened in the sunlight, as if welcoming the impending battle.
Liu Biao is on the verge of defeat. Yuan Shu will fulfill his promise now.
Father, listen,
Sir.
The enemy commander has been slain!
Father!
No! They mustn't escape!
Father? Father!
I'm sorry. My death will only hurt you more.
You can't die. I still haven't said...
Please. My son. You must lead the people your own way.
Dongjua of Xiliang forcefully removed the ruling emperor and replaced him with one of his own choosing. Seizing control of the Han, he began a reign of terror. The people were forced to simply watch as the imperial court fell under the influence of corruption. At his side stood the fearsome Lu Bu, driving fear into any who would dare oppose them. It was then that the minister, Wang Yuan, came up with a plan to save the land. His plan was for Diao Chan, his beautiful young adopted daughter, to drive a wedge between the two men. Sending her to meet them, he hoped that they would turn on each other in order to win her affection. Following the orders from her father, Diao Chan set out alone in order to carry out the assassination. The fate of the Han rested upon the delicate shoulders of this beautiful young woman. Despite the end of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the chaos was far from over. Across the land, remnants of the Yellow Turban Army continued to bring suffering to the people. Amidst all this, Kong Rong, the prefect of Beihai, sent troops to Dochang in order to put down the Yellow Turban rebels. However, he fell victim to a counterattack by the former Yellow Turban general Guan Hai and found himself surrounded. It was then that a lone officer rushed into the fray in order to save Kong Rong from danger. He sought neither fame nor fortune. He was only interested in repaying an obligation his mother had owed. In a chaotic world where betrayal was the norm, Taishutsu was a warrior who still believed in honor. Determined to save this man and repay his family's debt, he rode into battle despite overwhelming odds.
My lord, are you all right?
Excellent. It's a miracle you're still alive.
Lord Liu Bei, I must thank you.
No, we hardly did anything. Master Taishutsu is the one you must thank.
Yes, I've never seen a man so dedicated to his cause. You are a true friend indeed.
I did what I felt was right.
You owe me nothing.
I hear that Tai Shi is a wanderer. If he had a home, his strength would be so much more useful.
Indeed. It would be a shame for the world not to know of a warrior of such skill. Someday, perhaps.
Following the death of the tyrant Dong Zhuo, his newly formed capital of Chang'an was thrown into chaos. Determined to flee the turmoil, the Han Emperor made plans to escape to Luoyang. However, warlords from across the land had closed in on Chang'an, leaving the Emperor with nowhere to run. Some of these men wished to seize the Emperor's authority for themselves, and some simply wished to use him as a pawn for their own ambitions. However, there were other people who looked at this situation with utter contempt. They were the scholar Cai Yong and his daughter Cai Wenji. In the Emperor, Cai Yong was reminded of his own youth, spent beneath the iron fist of the very same tyrant. He could not sit back and let yet another innocent life be corrupted by the chaos. The painful past of father and daughter would finally be turned into the sweet melody of freedom at Chang'an.
My lord! Do you really intend to keep persecuting this girl? I had no idea you preferred delicate women as your opponents.
I'm done here. Let's go, Diachan.
Her adopted father, Wang Yuan, was executed for the murder of Dong Zhuo. I imagine, when she saw us, it brought back memories of her father.
So that's why she helped us. War only breeds sadness, doesn't it? I'll do anything in my power to put an end to this strife. No matter what, I'm willing to face my destiny.
After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the land was divided amongst various warlords struggling for power. Across the land, heroes as numerous as stars in the night sky rose up to make a name for themselves. Among them was the prefect of Bohai, Yuan Shao. He fought with Gongsun Zan of Yo Province for control over the north. Then, the battle between these two took a significant turn. Following up on his victory over the Yellow Turbans in Qing Province, Gongsun Zan invaded Ji. He took up position in Guangzhong and invaded Yuan Shao's territory of Ye. Yuan Shao also moved swiftly to mobilize his large army and meet the coming attack. As a member of the noble Yuan family, he was not about to let the northern territories be conquered by another. Almost as quickly as they had come, the winds of tyranny disappeared from the land. Faced with the onslaught led by Cao Cao, Dong Zhuo was driven from Luoyang. In his new capital of Chang'an, he soon found himself betrayed and murdered by his retainer Lu Bu. For a time, the land knew peace once more. However, with nobody to rule, this newfound peace was tenuous at best. If only there was a hero who could unite the land. Powerful though he was, Cao Cao was yet one warlord among many. It was then that remnants of the Yellow Turban Army rose up again. They moved from Qing province, looking to assassinate the Viceroy of Yan. Having made a name for himself in the battle against Dongjua, Cao Cao was requested to come to the assistance of Yan province.
Hey! This is our turf! What do you think you're doing?
Hunting tigers.
What are you leading the enemy here for? I'll get rid of them for you.
It's them! You teach them a lesson, will you?
They feed me once, and now I've got to look after their sorry hides. You might be worth the trouble.
Our enemy is the Yellow Turbans, though they have no officers of note left. But they still have numbers, and their tenacity must not be underestimated.
I was hunting tigers, but I seem to have caught something better. He's strong, and I can vouch for his courage. He'd make a good bodyguard.
Very well. He's hired.
You mean I'm your bodyguard? Are you sure?
You come with the highest recommendation.
He's your commander?
Yep. You'd better get used to him.
Are you the one who's been messing up our fields?
Such incredible strength! For my lord, I will stand my ground.
Oh, all right then. Ride this.
The commander! Get him!
Look out! My lord, you must stay back!
With a man like you protecting me, I can afford the odd adventure.
My lord, please!
Why is it that you fight? For your departed lord? To defeat the Han?
We're here because we want to stay alive! We can't live in a war-ravaged land!
How could you ever understand us? Stop it! I know that you're suffering inside, but if you steal crops from other people, then they'll suffer too.
You're right.
The answer was simple all along. This conflict is caused by the fact that the right people aren't in the right place. All of you, you must set aside your differences and come with me.
I will give you all that you desire.
Future historians would say this was when Wei's rise to power began. With the rebellion quelled, Cao Cao became the ruler of Yan province. In addition, he welcomed all of the Yellow Turbans who had surrendered into his ranks. They were named the Qing Province Army and became the main unit of Cao Cao's forces. What was it that these troops from Qing, as well as the people themselves, desired? Knowing the answer, Cao Cao swiftly mobilized his army. Dongzhua's tyranny had left the land surrounding the capital barren and neglected. Cao Cao decided to give these lands to the Qing troops to tend as farmland. However, the damage to the imperial court's authority had been done, and the land returned to the chaos of countless warlords vying for power. There was one man who was left behind, cut off from the raging storm. It was Liu Bei, who despite his deeds in the battle against Dongzhua, still had no land to call his own. And so he sought the aid of an old friend, Gongsun Zan. For no matter how Liu Bei tried to rescue those around him, the land as a whole would not be healed. Despite his doubts, he could not give up on his desire to help the people. It was then that a request for reinforcements came from Tao Qian of Shu province. Gongsun Zan dispatched Liu Bei and his sworn brothers, as well as his own lieutenant, Zhao Yun. Seeing this move, the warlord Yuan Shu immediately understood the threat that Cao Cao would one day become. He mobilized Tao Qian of Shu province, sending him to attack Cao Cao's rear flank. Sensing the impending attack, Cao Cao moved to strike first, dispatching his troops to Shu.
Lu Bu. He's here already. Leave it to me! I will give my life to keep you safe!
Yan Wei!
Hey, cut it out!
You and I have to stay alive. We're dead. We can't protect our lord.
Retreat! Retreat! Get out of here! Lord Liu Bei rules this land now. You can't ride roughshod over it anymore.
Liu Bei, if you wish to fight Cao Cao, use me. He needs to be shown just how strong I am.
We can't let an animal like that join us.
Lu Bu is a man without a home. We cannot simply turn our backs on him.
Your kindness will get you killed.
The tiger could no longer hide his ambitions for the land. And so Sun Jian fell to a plot by Liu Biao, who feared his strength. Hurriedly, Sun Jian's son, Sun Ce, fled Qing and sought refuge as a retainer of Yuan Shu. Sun Jian had given his life to protect his family and his friends. Determined to carry on the will of his father, Sun Ce made a decision. He knew that Yuan Shu was determined to keep him close, but only to stifle his true potential. For he feared that Sun Ce's ambition and military skill would grow to match those of his father. While he had no troops or land to call his own, Sun Ce did have the support of his family and friends. And so, Sun Ce decided to trade the Imperial Seal to Yuan Shu. In return, he would receive his freedom and a small regiment of troops. Sun Ce joined up with his friend, the brilliant Zhou Yu, and together they set out for Jiangdong. It was a place that still contained the memories of his late father. And in this way, the fires of Sun family ambition were passed down to a new generation.
We're home, Father. It's good to be back. We were right to give up the Imperial Seal.
The seal means nothing by itself. Authority does not reside in a symbol. It comes with power. So we need to prove our strength. To reclaim our land.
Yes. Let's do it, Zhou Yu.
I'll follow you, wherever you go.
Zhou Yu's come through for us. He has the eyes of a warrior.
My name is Taisha Tzu, loyal warrior of Liu Yao. Lord Sun Ce, I request a battle with you.
Yeah, bring it on! Victory is ours! The land of our fathers is returned to us! But the true battle is only just beginning. We will fight, and we will win! Have faith, and follow me! I will show you the land we all dream of!
Incredible. He has the people's ear.
Yes. This battle has given him confidence. His passion is now married with strength and charisma. If that is not enough to move the people, then I suppose nothing will. The magnanimity of a true ruler.
The time was an era when Sun Ce was in control of the Sun family. Determined to put a stop to the Shan tribe that invaded his territory from time to time, Sun Ce prepared a military campaign. He led his main army into battle after entrusting the defense of Xuan Castle to his younger brother, Chuan. As a precaution, Sun Ce looked to a trusted friend to help watch after his young and inexperienced brother. That friend was the silent and battle-hardened warrior, Zhou Tai. And sure enough, he would be called into action shortly after Sun Ce left on his expedition. The earth trembled as a massive army approached the weakened Xuan Castle. Zhou Tai was prepared to fulfill his lord's orders without worry, fear, or hesitation. even if it meant the scars he would suffer from the battle were too numerous to count.
Jotai! You're hurt. Forgive me. This is all my fault.
My lord, you are safe. I have fulfilled my duty.
Chuan, those wounds are signs of his dedication to you.
Brother.
So stop apologizing. Isn't there something else you should say?
Jotai. What kind of wine do you like?
I like all wines.
Well then, I think a banquet is in order. This is my way of thanking you.
Good idea. Everyone will see how well decorated he is with those scars.
Just don't overdo it at the party.
He now possessed a sizable territory, capable officers, and a well-trained army. Indeed, the hero of chaos had taken the first steps towards seizing the land. As if to celebrate his accomplishments, a tremendous opportunity appeared before Cao Cao. The Emperor had fled the ruins of the capital of Chang'an. Cao Cao took the Emperor under his protection and headed for his base at Xuzhang. Thus, he became more than a mere warlord, something much more formidable.
Our lord has the Emperor under his thumb, yet he makes no move. And the first thing he does is give land to the peasants?
Lord Cao Cao has given fields to me and the men of Qing province.
Well, I'm sure our lord will remember to collect his taxes.
He's using the old carrot and stick to keep them all firmly in line. He seeks a land where everyone will know the value of hard work, you mean?
So, that's what our lord wants after the war, you think?
Dian Wei. I think you know him better than anyone these days.
You mean we're making a land where every man has to feed himself?
Yeah!
Then you need to learn how to plow a field, too. I'll teach you.
Yeah, some other time.
Yeah! Everyone has to pitch in. Come on!
But I'm a warrior.
Come on, man. Put your back into it.
With the Emperor under his control, Cao Cao sent a clear message of his intent to rule the land. However, many battles yet stood between him and total domination. In Hebei, Yuan Shao had gathered a massive army to further his own ambitions. Additionally, Yuan Shu had obtained the legendary Imperial Seal and used its authority to declare himself emperor. These two powerful opponents bided their time waiting for an opportunity to strike against Cao Cao. Furthermore, numerous warlords began circling the Emperor like a pack of hungry wolves waiting to pounce. It was then that Cao Cao found himself embroiled in a heated battle. His opponent was Zhang Xiu, who hailed from the land of Wan. With the mighty Dian Wei on his side, Cao Cao was confident of his advantage going into battle.
Cao Cao's army is as mighty as they say.
Take out the commander, the rest would fall. But with that warrior by his side... there's nothing more we can do.
You would abandon me?
Well, if it truly bothers you, I suppose you could always surrender.
What?
Oh, yes. If you are going to surrender, make sure you do it humbly. Lord Cao Cao, you would leave in the middle of our party? That's enough. His bodyguard may still be with him, but we can overcome too.
Aim for Cao Cao.
Dian Wei! The first time I met you, I thought you were a little crazy, my lord. But when I saw how happy you made Shu-Chu, I understood. I knew I wanted to see the world you could create.
Dian Wei! But he's riddled with arrows. He's inhuman. Fire!
No one is getting past me! Go now! Escape while you still can!
I will not apologize, but I will make your dream a reality.
Don't let him get away. After him!
My lord, promise me, you will make our dream of a new world a reality. Sorry, Shu-Chu. Maybe we'll tend your field together another time.
I have proven unworthy.
I will not kill you.
What? You would show mercy to a man like this?
Not mercy. You killed Dian Wei and drove me to the brink. Your talents will serve to bring my rule closer.
You are a wise man, my lord.
No mercy. If I find you are no use to me, you are dead.
After defeating Liu Yao, Sun Ce continued his advance. Having quickly subdued the lands of Jiangdong, the people elected to give him a new name. The Little Conqueror. They compared him to the legendary conqueror Xiang Yu, who had overthrown the Qin dynasty. Meanwhile, in the Central Plains, the hero of chaos, Cao Cao, was steadily increasing his strength. After the emperor fled Chang'an, Cao Cao took him under his protection and moved the capital to Xuchang. In possession of the imperial seal, Yuan Shu used it to declare himself emperor in order to block Cao Cao's grab for power. However, Yuan Shu's claim was ignored, and an imperial edict was made to slay him for his treachery. For the authority of the emperor lies not in a mere object, but rather in he who wields the most power. These wise words of Zhou Yu would soon be proven true. Sun Ce moved to obey the edict, and together with his family, attacked Yuan Shu at his base of Shouchuan. Also present was Cao Cao, as well as Liu Bei, whom Cao Cao had taken into his protection. Sun Ce's heart burned with a fiery passion as he came face to face with these two great heroes of the age.
That man, Cao Cao. I don't trust him.
It is men like him whom we must keep an eye on in the future.
He doesn't seem so great to me. He just looks like a creepy old man.
Keep it down, will you?
I'd be careful what I say if I were you. This is Cao Cao's camp, after all.
And you are?
My name is Liu Bei. I came here to pay my respects to the little conqueror of Jiangdong.
I had a lot of fun fighting alongside you.
I assure you, my lord, the pleasure was all ours.
So, what are you going to do now? You're not just going to keep on working for Cao Cao, are you? Well, I hope that we can fight together again someday.
My lady. Your brother is like a burning flame. His brightness attracts all who encounter him. You are lucky to have such a strong man by your side. Until we meet again, my lady.
Why is it always about my brother?
Ever hungry for battle, Lu Bu found himself restless. After the assassination of his former lord, he was forced to roam the land, along with the other former servants of the ousted tyrant. Calling upon the virtuous Liu Bei, he took shelter within Xiapi Castle. One day, Liu Bei was forced to leave in order to attack Yuan Shu. Lu Bu used this as an opportunity to seize Xiapi Castle for himself. He was not a man to be bound by emotion, obligation, or reason. The only things he longed for were power and the opportunity to demonstrate his might to the land. In order to satiate his hunger, Lu Bu attacked the castle, which was being guarded by Liu Bei's officer Zhang Fei. Backed by his mighty army, he had finally found a way to display his terrifying strength. Dian Wei was dead. After successfully avenging his loyal retainer's death, Cao Cao set out in search of a path forward. A path of ambition. A path that would quickly and effectively lead him to domination of the land. A path that some would deride as cruel and ruthless. Cao Cao was determined to walk this path, alone if necessary. He returned to Xuzhang, and together with his new strategist, Jia Shu, he began plotting his next move. Yuan Shao and his massive army in Hebei. The self-proclaimed Emperor Yuan Shu. Jia Shu determined that Cao Cao must solidify his current position before taking on these two mighty foes. Cao Qian bequeathed the lands of Shu to Liu Bei before he passed away. Finally, Liu Bei had a land to call his own. Meanwhile, Cao Cao had taken yet another step toward conquering the land. For he had taken the Emperor into his custody after rescuing him from the remnants of Dong Zhuo's army. Sympathizing with the plight of the Han court, Liu Bei came to a compromise with Cao Cao. Liu Bei, who had taken Tao Qian's place as ruler of Shu, came in search of help. He had been attacked by none other than Lu Bu, who had been under his protection. Cao Cao gathered Xiahou Duin as well as Liu Bei and his men, and set out for Xiapi in Shu province. Liu Bei, Lu Bu, and Cao Cao. Among the fields of Shu province, three heroes of the age would soon be engaged in hated battle.
About time. But here is where the real battle begins. We must claim Lu Bu's head. Don't fall behind Guan Yu.
My lord!
General!
Don't just stand there. Follow me!
Loosen these ropes!
They're just right for a wild animal.
Xiahou Duin. Fine work.
Cao Cao, I hear that you make use of talented enemies. Then use me. The world will be yours.
Have some dignity, Lu Bu. Die like a man of courage and integrity.
Kill Lu Bu.
Cao Cao! Curse you! Why?
So, would you have shown mercy to that animal?
Kill me. I am ready to die.
No. Stand, Zhang Liao. You will be an integral part of my plans.
Cao Cao managed to defeat Lu Bu at Shu province. With that battle behind him, he moved toward a massive confrontation with his old friend, Yuan Shao. First, he lent some troops to Liu Bei and gave him orders to eliminate Yuan Shu. Cao Cao figured that Liu Bei would relish the opportunity to face such a powerful opponent. And just as he expected, Liu Bei immediately set out for battle. Indeed, Cao Cao would use anybody at his disposal in order to further his ambitions, even the Emperor himself. However, his actions began to lead to unrest within the imperial court. And so, the Emperor issued a decree that Cao Cao was to be assassinated.
Cao Cao. You mean to kill me?
I would never presume to do so, Your Highness.
I tried to have you killed. I would have no right to complain.
You are a wise man, Your Highness. If it is your wish to kill me, I will not stop you.
You frighten me. You shed no tears for your allies. You side with the enemy if necessary. When someone is not needed, you get rid of them. Even if it is me.
A country needs its people. And without a ruler, the people are lost. Your Highness is needed. At least, while I am alive, that is. Your presence allows me to move freely. To walk upon my ordained path to build a new and better land.
Cao Cao, who had taken the Emperor under his protection, and Yuan Shao, who controlled the lands of Hebei, were destined to collide. Just as these two powerful forces were about to meet head-on, an ambitious young dragon looked to join the fray for himself. It was none other than Liu Bei, the man of virtue who had no land to call his own. Upon following Cao Cao's orders to defeat Yuan Shu, he rose in rebellion within Shu province. He was determined to prevent Cao Cao from following his path towards domination. As Cao Cao pondered his options concerning these two threats to his power, his strategist Guo Jia made a bold declaration. He recommended Cao Cao forget the indecisive Yuan Shao for the time being, and instead focus his energies on Liu Bei, Guo Jia, Cao Ren, and the brave and honorable Xu Huang. Cao Cao had brought with him a battalion of officers suitable for hunting so-called dragons within the lands of Shu.
I think that's enough.
My lord. Master Xu Huang, this fight isn't over yet.
Look at that. He's not running. The god of war indeed. Loyal to the very last. Lord Cao Cao has great interest in you. In fact, why not just come and join our forces right now?
I would never.
What if your surrender were needed to save Liu Bei? Lord Cao Cao is determined to pursue Liu Bei. He has even taken his family hostage. You can bide your time fighting Xu Huang if you like.
Or you can join Lord Cao Cao and distract him from his pursuit of Liu Bei.
But Master Guan Yu! As you say, our fight isn't over yet. I must train so that I am a better match for you when next we meet.
The officers Sun Ce and Liu Xuan had a long history between them. When they both served under Yuan Shu, Sun Ce was ordered to invade Lujiang. However, despite his success, it was Liu Xuan who was made prefect of Lujiang. When Yuan Shu died, Liu Xuan absorbed all of his troops into his own army. Determined to strike out on his own, Sun Ce looked to add those troops to his own forces. While Liu Xuan was away from his base of Wan Castle, Sun Ce moved in and seized it for himself. He then lay in wait, preparing to ambush Liu Xuan's army as it hurriedly returned to the castle. Only by expanding the size of his forces could he set out to unite the land for the sake of his family, friends, and new wife, Da Qiao. However, the blossoming flower by Sun Ce's side would find itself gently trembling amidst the winds of chaos emanating from the battlefield.
Take that! Da Qiao, are you all right?
My lord! Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. I made you come out here even though I knew you don't like to fight.
The fighting does scare me, but I am the proud wife of Sun Ce. So, I'm going to fight alongside you.
Da Qiao. That's why I love you so much.
My lord.
You and I will be together forever.
As ordered, Liu Bei attacked the Yuan Shu army and emerged victorious. In his weakened state, Yuan Shu was no longer a match for Cao Cao and passed away shortly thereafter. It was then that suddenly Liu Bei rose in rebellion. Cao Cao was determined to bring his massive army down upon Liu Bei's forces, leaving none unpunished. Liu Bei was a mere nuisance whose blind devotion to the concept of virtue would only lead to more chaos. Liu Bei's army crumbled before the might of Cao Cao's ambition. Once again, Liu Bei was forced to wander the land with no place to call his own. As a result of this fierce battle, Cao Cao welcomed a new general into his ranks. It was none other than Guan Yu, a warrior who combined honor, loyalty, bravery, and intelligence into one formidable package. Having coveted Guan Yu for a long time, Cao Cao was pleased to finally have him by his side. Finally, he was ready to face his old friend Yuan Shao. Having made the necessary preparations, he advanced his army toward Guandu, the site where all would be decided. Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, their battle for control of the land was about to begin.
It is clear what strategy we must use. Place decoys at Bai Ma and Yanjin. Then, launch attacks from each unit. He has numbers. But Yuan Shao is indecisive and imperceptive. He is a man of the past. This should be enough to deal with him.
However, the problem is those decoys, though. The enemy is so great in number that they'll be simply overrun.
Exactly. You're a smart man. I can see why our Lord values you so.
Forgive me. It was not my place to speak out.
Then you will have to go yourself, Father.
So I will be the decoy.
Quite brilliant, Lord Zhaobi. Your father must be proud.
I have only ever tried to do what was right, with all the strength I had. But my actions have seen much blood spilled, and now Guan Yu may be dead. All I ever wanted was to help the suffering of the people, however I could.
And what's wrong with that?
Xiao Yu!
I am here, my lord, to join you in your cause, as I promised.
You would? Why?
You could have looked the other way, but you didn't. That is why.
Thank you.
Yuan Shu's army was decimated by the efforts of Sun Ce, Sun Shangxiang, and the others. However, the little conqueror's eyes were already focused on the next threat to his plans. His name was Cao Cao, the hero of chaos. He was a man who would sacrifice anything to realize his ambitions. Be it his friends, his people, or even the Emperor himself. As they fought side by side, Sun Ce saw and understood the dark nature of Cao Cao's heart. Following the defeat of Yuan Shu, Liu Bei rebelled against Cao Cao. Possessing superior military might, Cao Cao quickly scattered Liu Bei's forces and moved his troops to the north. His destination was the fields of Guandu, where he would challenge Yuan Shao for supremacy over the land. Thus, he showed a slight gap in his defenses. This was all Sun Ce and Zhou Yu needed. They quickly advanced their men to Xujiang to strike at Cao Cao.
You wish to attack the Emperor? You've got it all wrong. Our target is not the Emperor. It is Cao Cao.
It's the same thing! Lord Cao Cao is a loyal retainer of the Han. He fights for his majesty.
Is it the Sun way?
To stab such a man in the back?
Hey, that's not fair. We are a noble family.
You're going to kill me too, is that it?
Wait, just calm down.
Sun Ce! What's the matter? It's not like you to be lost in thought.
Sorry about that. I just need to be alone for a while. Just what are you?
You were fortunate enough to be born with fame, charisma, and luck many times that of other men.
Huh?
Therefore, your life will last only half as long as other men.
No! What the hell are you talking about?
Sukong will be avenged!
What is this feeling of unease? Shangxiang! Zhou Yu!
My lord?
Brother.
My lord!
Bien sure?
You don't need to risk your life.
I would be honored if you would join me.
Thank you, my lord.
Guan Yu awaits a challenge. Come and face me if you dare.
You are not so much of a fool that you would not have heard of us.
Truly you have realized you cannot win, and have come to beg for mercy.
Silence your heads. We'll make a fine offering of gratitude to Lord Cao Cao.
Lord Guan Yu!
Watch as Yuan Shao's life goes up in flames. Do you want to be turned to ash too? Or will you be a beacon that lights up this land?
Very well. I shall burn with righteous fervor for you! Hey!
And just where have you been?
I saw what you did. You've grown into quite the warrior. Even a sudden attack can't shake your resolve.
Brother.
I have been a lucky man. I've had you, Shangxiang, and Zhou Yu by my side. I wanted to fight more with you all, to build the land we all dreamed of. Sun Ce! You're... I wish I could have had more time. But it looks like my time is over. Sun Ce! Sun Ce! Zhou Yu, keep them safe. Our family, our land. Chuan, you are a greater man than I, greater than our father. The rest is up to you.
It appears we have managed to give our pursuers the slip. It's good to see you safe, my lord.
Don't worry about me. What about Guan Yu? Damn. That idiot! How could he fight for Cao Cao? I'll kill him!
That is enough.
But, brother!
I will wait.
Brother!
We must have faith. I know in my heart that Guan Yu has not forgotten his oath.
You fiend! Show some respect to your betters. Do you forget the nobility of my station? Your insolence will not be forgotten!
The Yuan have been set on the road to ruin.
Yuan Shao has passed away. The Central Plains are now under our control.
Many years have passed since Guandu. It took longer than I had hoped. But Father, the war is not over yet.
Of course not. Our dominion must be recognized by all.
Another relic of the past has died. The new age of my father is at hand. But one day his time too will pass. Father, the future that you seek, your dreams, are they the same as my own?
The heavens had completely abandoned Liu Bei. Without Liu Bei at Guandu, Cao Cao emerged victorious. He seized the Central Plains and became the largest force in all of the land. Meanwhile, thanks to the efforts of Zhao Yun, Liu Bei was able to escape the clutches of Yuan Shao and Cao Cao. Searching for a land of his own, he called upon Liu Biao of Jing Province. With no troops or land, Liu Bei had been abandoned by the fates. However, there was still one man who had not yet abandoned him.
Guan Yu! So he's really sided with Cao Cao. All right. You know, I always wanted to fight you one time.
Zhang Fei, perhaps another time, my friend.
What?
Guan Yu, prepare to die!
Brother, at last I have found you.
Guan Yu.
My place is here, beside you, my lord and brother.
I knew it! I knew it! Our brother would never betray us! Deep down, I always knew that!
Following the death of Yuan Shao, his family was thrown into turmoil as his sons fought to be the sole heir. Having defeated Yuan Shao at Guandu, Cao Cao was not about to lose the momentum he had gained and looked to take advantage of the situation. So he set out with his troops and advanced on Liang, where Yuan Tan and Yuan Shang had taken refuge. He was determined to eradicate the Yuan family once and for all. As they approached this decisive battle, Cao Cao's forces were in high spirits. Among them, one young officer was in particularly good humor. His love of wine, women, and war was without equal. He was also an unparalleled strategist, highly regarded by Cao Cao himself. This young man's name was Guo Jia.
The enemy is responding to our attack. So, what to do?
Yuan Shao's sons have overcome their differences. That's what the letter says? Have no fear, my lord. Their quarreling will begin again soon.
When you say it, you make it all sound so simple.
Still, this is some fine weather. On a day like this, I just want to drink and talk to the ladies.
Is that what you want to do?
Ma-Chao, wouldn't you agree? I see. You prefer to keep your desires a secret.
Guo Jia, please don't start any silly rumors.
Agreed. Your humor doesn't sit well with everyone.
I guess not. It would appear my time's up.
The foresight you possess. It is most amazing. It is like you are some kind of prophet.
All I did was capture a single strategist.
Such modesty. I don't think there's anything that doesn't go your way. Am I right?
Not at all. There are many things that don't go my way, just like everyone else. However, isn't that what life's about?
Liu Bei, a man for whom reality fell far short of his idealistic dreams. He desperately sought an answer to his problems. After Liu Bei fled to Jing, Liu Biao granted him the land of Xinye. For the first time since the chaos had begun, he finally had a place to call home. And there, Liu Bei quietly ruminated on his ambitions. His dream of helping to ease the people's suffering, the cruel reality that he had not accomplished nearly enough. He needed someone who could provide him with a way to turn his dream into a reality. The province of Jing, being located in the center of the land, was bustling with travelers coming and going. Despite its vibrancy, Liu Bei would not easily find his answer there. Then, suddenly, Liu Bei's days of peaceful reflection came to a crashing end. His rude awakening came at the hands of Cao Cao, who was practical to the point of cruelty and had no qualms about using power to take what he wanted. Together with Zhang Fei and his allies, Liu Bei stood before the encroaching threat of Cao Cao's army. Would his ideals be swallowed by the depths of Cao Cao's ambition?
Mighty armies now encroach upon Jing province. Cao Cao's methods are heartless and cruel. But what should I do?
Maybe you're overthinking things. You need to do things your own way. You'll always have us on your side.
Interesting. If he had the sleeping dragon in his ranks, Liu Bei would be unstoppable.
And who are you? Ha! Easy as you like.
No. Alone, we would have struggled mightily. This is thanks to Shu Shu, to the power of intelligence.
If you say so.
My role here is over.
But why? Why won't you stay as our strategist?
Zhuge Liang is a reclusive genius. He has the ability to see the bigger picture. I am a mere amateur beside him. You must secure his cooperation.
It was a battle of minds. Shu Shu cleverly directed the bravery of Zhang Fei and the others, and successfully repelled Cao Cao's army. It was he who recommended to Liu Bei the land's most brilliant strategist, Zhuge Liang. Liu Bei believed he had finally found the man he had long been searching for. However, despite paying 2 visits to Zhuge Liang's home, he still had been unable to meet him. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were deeply offended, but Liu Bei continued on, paying yet another visit to the home. For if it would help him save the people, he would pay as many visits as it took. And so, it was then that Liu Bei finally found his answer.
This is your 3rd visit. What is it that you want so badly from me?
I wish to benefit from your wisdom. Tell me what must be done. I know what I want to do. I want to ease the people's suffering. But
you save one person, and it just brings suffering to another.
What should I do?
Benevolence is a tricky thing. Benevolence means valuing the feelings of the people over efficiency or profit. Cao Cao's way is to seize control of the land through brute force. While your path leads the people to a land of benevolence. Your path is that of a true leader of men. But to make it more than just a dream, you must have the courage to unite the land.
I fear I am incapable.
My lord, if you truly want to make it happen, then listen, for I can help you.
The fires within Sun Tzu's heart burned brightly as the successor of his father's legacy. But like all flames, his were eventually extinguished. Despite his burden of sadness and the weight of an entire kingdom on his shoulders, Sun Quan succeeded his fallen brother as ruler. By his side stood none other than Sun Tzu's old friend, the incomparable strategist Zhou Yu. On behalf of his new lord, Zhou Yu gathered the troops and hurriedly withdrew to Jiangdong. The soldiers of Wu were in a state of shock at having lost their ruler. Zhou Yu knew that it was not the right time to face Cao Cao. And so he professed that the best plan of action would be to lure Cao Cao to them by attacking Jing province. Within Jing were Sun Jian's old nemeses, Huang Zu and Liu Biao. Further, it lay in the center of the country. Its lands were fertile, and its population was plentiful. Convinced, Sun Quan followed Zhou Yu's advice and advanced his troops to Xiakou. Following the deaths of his beloved father and brother, the mantle of leadership had been suddenly thrust upon him. In fact, the severity of his circumstances often caused Sun Quan to question whether this was actually happening at all.
My lord.
I cannot be like my brother. Zhou Yu must command our army.
My lords Zhou Yu, Taishu Tzu, my lady. My lord, who do you think it is that they're fighting for? And please, don't you say it's for Lord Sun Tzu either. It's you. Each and every one of them would gladly give their lives for you. They're giving everything they have.
You're right. I have been selfish. Lian Shi, I ask that you stay by my side. If I ever lose my way again, I'll need you with me.
It would be my pleasure.
My lord! He killed my father! Let me have him!
Calm down, Ling Tong. You mustn't lose your cool.
Take it easy. There's no need to argue. How about you both take me on at once?
The victory at Xiakou was a momentous occasion for Wu. They gained the brave warrior Gan Ning, as well as many bright young officers and battle-hardened veterans. All of them were bound together by the strength of purpose displayed by Sun Quan. Now that he had awakened as a capable leader, many talented officers came to join his cause. Sun Quan listened carefully to their opinions and strengthened his power base south of the Changjiang. A world of virtue ruled by righteousness. That was the goal that Zhuge Liang put before Liu Bei. However, with his current strength, such a world was but a far-off dream. His weakness was underscored by the fact that Cao Cao's army had once again launched an attack on the province of Jing. Although Zhuge Liang's clever tactics allowed them to avoid catastrophe, Liu Bei's future seemed grim indeed. With Hebei and the Central Plains under his control, Cao Cao had amassed the largest force in the land. Next, he turned his steely gaze toward the south. There, the major figures included Liu Biao in Jing, Liu Zhang in Yi, and Sun Quan in Jiangdong. Cao Cao decided to attack Jing as his first target. Liu Biao was killed during the initial attack, and his successor Liu Cong agreed to surrender to Cao Cao. However, Cao Cao did not let down his guard and continued to advance his army to Jing. With nothing left to fight for, Liu Bei fled from Cao Cao's army and headed south. Time was of the essence, but something was slowing down the pace of his army's march. The reason? Liu Bei had taken all of the people from Jing with him. His virtue served as a beacon for the downtrodden. And Liu Bei too refused to give up on his comrades, who dreamed like he did of a world the people of Jing trembled in fear before him. Without a doubt, Liu Bei would feel pity for the people and throw himself into the fray. Learning of Liu Bei's whereabouts, Guan Yu left Cao Cao and went to rejoin his sworn brother. Together with the peasants, Guan Yu fled from Cao Cao's advance and made his way toward Jiangling. This time, Cao Cao was determined to put an end to the meddling Liu Bei and finally realize his ambition. To that end, he would go to any lengths necessary. Cao Cao ordered Zhang Liao to give pursuit. For it was now that the hero of chaos was about to transform into something decidedly less heroic.
Liu Bei must be killed. Cut down any who impede you.
My lord, Liu Bei's army features many who are not soldiers, but mere peasants.
They have chosen to side with him of their own free will. Therefore, they are our enemy. Soldier or peasant, it matters not. Do not forget, you are my blade. I choose who you cut, and whose blood will stain.
Lord Zhang Liao, we have sighted the enemy rearguard.
Yes, it is time for me to take to the battlefield.
Lord Liu Bei's son! He's been left behind!
What? Leave it to me. I will bring him to safety. You must keep moving.
Leave these guys to me, boy!
All right!
My lord! Don't worry. I will keep you safe, little one. I swear it. On my life.
Lord Junpei! The rest is up to you!
Here stands the mighty Junpei! Any of you who wish to taste death? Step forward! Bring it on! I am Junpei. All right now. Who wants to take me on?
Prepare yourself, Guan Yu. Zhongliao, you are a remarkable warrior. I am my lord's blade. I cut him a path. Your blade is indecisive. I could never lose to you. Silence!
Guan Yu, are you all right?
Look who's come wandering back. You're mine, brother! You don't know when to quit!
My lord!
How? Any normal opponent would have been dead by now. No matter how many times we are defeated, we will continue fighting to keep our brother safe. His benevolence gives us the strength to go on.
More forces are approaching. Come, men.
You'll see. The day will come when our brother's virtue will overcome Cao Cao. Forgive me, my lord.
The conflict will continue.
Having defeated Yuan Shao, it was then that Cao Cao made his move to the south. After engulfing all of Jing within his mighty grasp, he set sights on Sun Quan. Fight or surrender? The moment of decision had finally come.
My lord, we cannot bow before a scoundrel like Cao Cao.
But we cannot hope to match the might of his army. We must surrender.
Cao Cao's demand for our surrender. Liu Bei's request for an alliance. What would my father have done? Or my brother? Surrender. Alliance. Both options are reasonable, I think. But I have faith in Wu. Faith in you all. Therefore, I must think of our future. We will fight! We will join forces with Liu Bei and defeat Cao Cao! From now on, any who suggest surrender will share in this desk's fate!
A new world lay just before them. Zhang Liao's fierce pursuit forced Liu Bei's forces to scatter. Liu Bei himself managed to escape to Jiangsha. Cao Cao secured his hold on Jing and immediately moved to apply pressure on Sun Quan in Jiangdong. With his giant navy, he filled the banks of the Changjiang. If he could defeat Sun Quan and Liu Zhong of Yi Province, his conquest would be complete. Xu Chu and Cao Cao's other generals could almost picture the day when their long journey would come to an end. This display of might shown by Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei, Liu Bei was able to safely escape to Jiangsha. Having defeated Liu Bei, Cao Cao confidently turned his army towards Jiangdong. Sensing Cao Cao's intentions, Zhuge Liang went and proposed an alliance to Sun Quan. For Sun Quan, there was little merit in joining forces with Liu Bei's meager army. But Liu Bei was the only one in the land willing to oppose the might of Cao Cao. Uncertain of how to proceed, Sun Quan was approached by Zhuge Liang. He explained that Liu Bei would continue fighting even if Sun Quan were to surrender. For he would not give up until he had made his dream come true, no matter what the cost. Those words pierced the heroic Sun Quan's heart and caused him to staunchly refuse Cao Cao's demands for surrender. For the difference between the two armies' strength was as immense as the ocean was wide. And to make matters worse, Liu Bei had only brought the most meager of reinforcements. However, Sun Quan believed wholeheartedly in his decision, for he had come to it with the assistance of his friends. And his allies would support him no matter what the cost. Anticipating the great battle ahead, they searched for any chance they might have at victory. Liu Bei's strategist, Zhuge Liang, worked together with Zhou Yu. And the two of them came up with a brilliant plan to be executed at the Battle of Cherbi. Little did they know that lying in wait for them was a secret plot by the strategists Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu. Cao Cao would need to summon all of his might to bring his plans to fruition. For his destiny would soon be decided here, along the banks of Cherbi. The waters of the Changjiang found themselves filled with Cao Cao's navy, the sheer size of which had never been seen before. Opposing this massive force was the hastily formed alliance of Sun Quan and Liu Bei. In order for the Allied forces to emerge victorious, they would need a plan to help overcome their considerable size disadvantage. And more than anything, they required luck. With the battle before him, the Wu strategist Zhou Yu instructed his wife Xiao Chao to remain behind where it was safe. It was the sign of a husband's love, not wishing to see his wife get hurt. However, she ignored her husband's request and headed to the battlefield of Cherbi. It was the sign of a wife's love, wishing to be there by her husband's side as he faced certain death. And it soon became obvious that she could be the source of that luck that the Allies so desperately needed.
this battle depends upon the direction of the wind. We must ensure that our strategists' attempts to control the wind are unobstructed.
Cao Cao's certainly not sparing any men this time, huh? And our brother, he wants us to tackle that lot head on.
You're not scared, my lord.
I'm excited, boy. I'm looking forward to a decent fight.
That's funny. I was just thinking the same thing. Besides, our strategist has prepared a plan that cannot fail.
The wind. It's blowing. It's all yours, Huang Gai.
I have served you all. Lord Sun Jian, Lord Sun Ce, and now you, my lord. Now we're cooking. Behold! This is the burning desire of the 3 leaders of the Sun family. All right. Let's get started. You're going nowhere.
Lord Huang Gai, please, I ask that you leave the pursuit of Cao Cao to us.
But why?
We have already put a plan into place.
Huang Gai, what happened?
I'm sorry. He got away. But Zhuge Liang...
He was here? Just what is that man up to? Xiao Xiao!
Lord Zhou Yu! Me and my sis here, we helped out some guy named Zhuge Liang. Well, Lord Zhou Yu, you're proud of us, right?
Yes, I am. You were a big help, Xiao Xiao.
I knew it.
For even Da Qiao to be on the battlefield. If our lord were alive, he would be filled with worry.
I can't take it anymore. Losing my dear Ce in such a strange land. Oh, sis, without your help, I would have been lost out there. You're by far the strongest girl I know. Xiao Qiao. Thank you, sister.
Those two are quite the pair.
The enemy doesn't stand a chance.
I don't think I'd stand a chance against them either.
Huh. So my greatest enemy turns out to be you.
Go.
Is this duty or pity?
If anything, it is confidence. I truly believe that Liu Bei will soon soar high above this land. When that day comes, you and I will meet again, on even footing. And I will claim the very head from your shoulders.
Until we meet again, then.
I couldn't kill Cao Cao. I just couldn't.
I know. I had already taken that fact into consideration. With this, the stage is now set for Lord Liu Bei's rise to power. It is time to walk a path fraught with great danger.
The alliance between Liu Bei and Sun Quan struck a resounding victory at Zhibi. This crushing defeat forced Cao Cao to put his ambitions on hold. However, as Cao Cao had managed to escape unharmed, Sun Quan was unable to take any decisive actions. As long as Cao Cao was alive, they must slowly chip away at his strength and work towards building their ideal world. This was Zhuge Liang's plan to help Liu Bei turn his dream into reality. With Cao Cao unable to strike, Liu Bei turned his attention away from Sun Quan and built up his military forces. He then invaded 4 of the territories in southern Jing. Upon being sent to attack Changsha, Guan Yu found himself face to face with a most powerful opponent. It was the veteran general Huang Zhang, who served beneath Han Xuan, the prefect of Changsha.
Han Xuan is a weakling. But if he has experienced officers in his ranks, then this may take some time. Han Xuan accused Huang Zhong being traitor. I killed Han Xuan. Wei Yan here has killed the lord of the castle. We humbly surrender. It was an honor to have fought against you, Lord Guan Yu. Do what you will with us, but please spare the innocents in the castle. Our brother will treat you all with mercy.
Cao Cao's ambition had been swallowed in a sea of crimson flame. However, he would not abandon his quest. Not until he seized the land that he had fought so long and hard for. Several days after the Battle of Zhibi, he returned to Xuchang.
Thrust! Sweep! And again! Remember the shame of Kirby! Never again! Is that it? Is that all you lot have?
Dianwei!
Oh, it's a demon! Lord Liu Bei! Save us!
Someday soon, your head will be mine.
My lord. Wake up.
I was dreaming.
I thought you were depressed by Kirby, but I see you're relaxed enough to nap.
There is no point in crying now. Now is a time for rest. For eating, sleeping, and training. For our next battle.
Cao Cao, Sun Quan, Liu Bei. Following the Battle of Kirby, these three men became the center of everything. They engulfed Cao Cao's massive navy in a sea of crimson flame. It was as if Sun Quan and his men's raw determination had become a towering inferno. However, Cao Cao narrowly managed to escape with his life, and he still possessed the most formidable fighting force in the land. It was only a matter of time before he would turn his attention south once more. They could not count on the miracle at Kirby to repeat itself again. Convinced of their fate, Zhou Yu decided to take to the offensive. Together with Gan Ning, he would invade Nanchuan in Cao Cao's land of Jing. And after occupying it, he would move on to attack Xiangyang and seize control of Jing itself. With momentum on his side, he would force Liu Zhang of Yi to surrender, thus dividing the land between Cao Cao and himself. This would lead to a showdown with Cao Cao, and ultimately to a new age of Wu rule. This was Zhou Yu's plan, to split the land in two. However, protecting Nanjuan was none other than Cao Cao's cousin, Cao Ren. This formidable opponent was said to be nearly invulnerable in a defensive battle. Further, yet another man threatened to cast a dark cloud over Zhou Yu and his carefully crafted plans.
Nanjun is now under our control. Next, we must look to Xiangyang.
My lord, Xiangyang has fallen to Guan Yu.
What? Zhuge Liang. He's always one step ahead. You told us all it was a lie that you were injured. I thought I could hold out until we had Xiangyang. Hey, pull yourself together!
Despite much hardship, Zhou Yu managed to seize Nanjuan and obtain Xiangyang, which was so vital to his strategy. And soon after that, Jing cities of Wuling, Changsha, Lingling, and Guiyang also fell. When Zhou Yu fell injured, and his ranks fell into confusion, Liu Bei struck a crippling blow and seized all that Wu had worked so hard to earn. Meanwhile, Cao Cao had recovered from his defeat and again posed a threat. With Cao Cao before them, and Liu Bei behind them, his health deteriorating, Zhou Yu put everything he had left into one last strategy. A strategy that would save the kingdom that his fallen friend and Sun Quan had worked so hard to build. It would be Zhou Yu's final strategy, the marriage of Sun Shangxiang to Liu Bei.
I never dreamed that you and I would end up like this.
Well, I always had a feeling that we might. Farewell, my lady. Lian Shi, thank you for everything. I wanted to take you with me, but I know that there is someone here who needs you, even more than I. Take good care of my brother.
This marriage will be as a chain upon Liu Bei. It will prevent him from attacking Wu.
My sister seems happy, even though she is being used as a pawn.
As a leader of men, you have a long way to go to match your father's legacy. And your ambition pales beside that of your brother.
I know.
And therein lies your strength. Your awareness of your own weakness means you have to put considered plans in place to win. You may be weak, cowardly, and devious, but in the end, that is why you will be victorious.
Your words mean the world to me. I will not forget.
And I have done all I have to.
Zhou Yu? Not yet. Not yet. Zhou Yu!
Afterward, Cao Cao again began plotting a campaign to invade the south and sent for Ma Teng. Ma Teng was one of the men involved in the previous attempt to assassinate Cao Cao. Cao Cao was determined to eliminate this possible threat before making his move south. However, his actions would lead to trouble in the west. With his father killed, Ma Teng's son, Ma Chao, gathered an army together with Han Sui and rose up against Cao Cao. Cao Cao was forced to postpone his southern campaign and instead sent his troops to Guanzhong. he was more than prepared to face his new adversary, a man consumed by the desire for revenge. The strategies of his master tactician at the ready, they came head-to-head at Tong Gate.
I suppose it is from fatigue, but Lord Cao Cao seems to have lost his edge.
Really? Well, isn't it the job of a strategist to cover for that?
It is hard for even me when he does too much. You seem tired, my lord.
Following the Battle of Chirbi, tragic news was delivered to Guanzhong. Ma Teng of Xiliang had been killed in Xuchang. He had been found guilty of conspiring to assassinate Cao Cao and was executed. Upon hearing this news, his son, the brave young warrior known as Ma Chao the Splendid, was thrown into a fit of fury. And together with Ma Teng's sworn brother Han Sui, he raised an army. Ma Chao descended upon Tong Gate with the fury of a dragon. Revenge. As he lay in wait for Cao Cao at Tong Gate, that single word was the only thought emblazoned upon Ma Chao's mind. The splendor that he was known for had now been replaced with unbridled rage.
If it isn't the splendid Ma Chao. Does everyone have to be so keen to die?
Come, you meddling strategist! Face me if you dare!
Guanzhong now belongs to you. Where will you go from here, my lord?
Future is unknown.
Really? I thought you were a man of vision.
I am. I simply realize that things do not always go as planned. Including the fates of Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and indeed, my own.
I think you're right. Our lord does seem a little tired.
My lord, what's the matter? Something wrong?
I was just thinking about Lord Liu Bei.
My lord, perhaps this heat is getting to you?
Lord Liu Bei. After the battle at Tong Gate, I found myself surrounded, and he took me in when I had no place to go. Burdened by revenge, hatred, and with my own life in danger,
I was saved from the darkness. By the light from a land of benevolence. I wish to see that land of Lord Liu Bei's vision. This desire of mine, it has changed my outlook on things.
We shall carry that ambition of his into the future. When you look around, do you not think it to be so?
Well said, Master Zhao Yun. Let us go forth and realize that dream, no matter what hardships may lie before us.
That's the Ma Chao that I know and respect.
And so, Liu Bei obtained the 4 territories of southern Jing, as well as the skilled officers Wei Yan and Huang Zhang. He was also joined by the strategist Pang Tong, who was said to be a match for even Zhuge Liang himself. Meanwhile, in return for his assistance at Shebi, Sun Quan demanded that Liu Bei hand over Jing. Zhuge Liang replied only that they would eventually return the province, but he did not give a clear answer as to when. Furious though he was, Sun Quan deemed it too dangerous to attack Liu Bei at that time. Instead, he sent his younger sister, Sun Shangxiang, to marry Liu Bei in the hope that it would improve relations between the two kingdoms. It was then that Liu Bei received a request for reinforcements from Liu Zhang of Yi. Fearful of Cao Cao after his conquering of Guanzhong, he had come to ask his relative Liu Bei for assistance. Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong recommended that they go on the pretense of assisting Liu Zhang, but then attack him instead. The land of Yi to the west, also known as Ba Shu. If Liu Bei could capture that territory, then the land would be divided in 3 between Cao Cao, Sun Quan, and himself. This was the path to his land of virtue. This was Zhuge Liang's 3 kingdoms strategy. Though he did move to assist Pang Tong and the others, Liu Bei did not attack Liu Zhang. Even standing before Yi's Loa Castle, he did not make a move. For within him was a virtuous heart that he could not turn against.
So you won't consider attacking Chengdu, huh?
I cannot betray Lord Liu Zhang.
But my lord, the people of Yi province desire your rule.
Silence. My army stays put. That is an order.
Now then, I hope you don't mind helping me out, lads.
Not at all! I crush enemy!
Well, well. That was tougher than I thought.
Pang Tong, what have you done?
Thank you!
What is this?
Hear those voices, my lord? The people of Yi province are happy.
These people... they were waiting for me.
Go on. Go to them.
Excellent! This is... You're hurt!
It seems I will be making my exit earlier than planned. Zhuge Liang, it is in your hands.
Though Pantong was lost, cheers of joy from Liu Bei's army and his peasant followers flooded Loa Castle. Liu Bei could not help but think that this was not the right path. But to avenge Pantong's death, and to answer the fervent desires of the people of Yi, Liu Bei advanced his army on the Yi capital of Chengdu. For he had finally made up his mind to attack Liu Zhang. Meanwhile, hearing of Pantong's death, Zhuge Liang left Guan Yu in charge of Jing and set out to join the battle. He joined up with Liu Bei, and together they looked to swiftly capture Chengdu. Driven by the lost dreams of his fallen friend and ally, the dragon would soar over the hills of Yi, where the feathers of the phoenix lay scattered in the wind.
If we can secure Chengdu, Yi province will be ours. Lord Liu Bei will finally have a country of his own. And with the land divided in three, then...
I bring news! Lord Zhang Fei has gone to Lord Liu Bei's aid. Our troops await your orders.
Very well. All forces, advance. It is clear that you were not great enough to rule in this time of strife.
And Liu Bei? He is great enough?
A benevolent ruler. With Chengdu in his hands, that is what Lord Liu Bei has become.
Time is limited. Ma Chao fell in defeat before the strategies of Cao Cao and Jia Shu. Fearful of Cao Cao expanding his influence in the west, Liu Zhang of Yi turned to Liu Bei for help. Considering the chaos of the times, this proved to be a costly mistake. Sensing an opportunity, Liu Bei left Guan Yu in charge of Jing and moved to invade Yi. By seizing Yi from Liu Zhang, Liu Bei managed to establish a foothold in his own quest for power. Cao Cao of Wei, Sun Quan of Wu, and now Liu Bei of Shu. The land was divided into three. Upon hearing of Liu Bei's conquest of Yi, Cao Cao advanced his men toward Hanzhong, which was under the control of Zhonglu. By securing Hanzhong, which lay to the north of Shu, he would seal off Liu Bei's movements. Indeed, it seemed a very natural move for the ruthlessly logical Cao Cao to make. However, Xiahou Yuan and the others felt uneasy as they headed for Yangping Gate. They felt as if Cao Cao was uncharacteristically acting out of haste. Time is limited. Even the hero of chaos could not change this law of nature.
General, it is time. Lost in thought, General?
I was thinking about how it used to be just me doing and our Lord. Our kingdom has grown. And that's a good thing, you know. but...
The people have been drawn to the three of you. It's only natural. And this battle is your chance to prove why.
Well, we can't be late. Let's get going.
We'll dazzle them!
Continually driven to realize his ambition, Cao Cao expanded his territory by conquering the land of Guanzhong. Having been defeated by Cao Cao, Ma Chao and Pang De took refuge in Hanzhong with Zhang Lu. Eventually, Ma Chao was ordered by Zhang Lu to face off against Liu Bei, who was determined to capture the lands of Yi. During the battle, Ma Chao realized Liu Bei's desires were similar to his own and agreed to serve him instead. Meanwhile, Pang De remained in Zhang Lu's army. For he knew the place he would find his destiny was not in the service of Liu Bei. So he quietly waited alone, anticipating the next battle. And then, Cao Cao's massive army came to attack the stronghold of Yangping Gate. The spirit of the warrior once again found itself face to face in battle against sheer ambition.
Impressive skill. It would be a shame to waste it working for Zhang Lu.
This is your end.
Right about now. Young Song is out there spreading the word that you are a traitor. He has to protect himself, you see.
So, the traitor was Young Song all along.
Yes. Which means, my friend, you have no home to return to anymore.
Pang De, come serve me. I'm sure there are many in my army who will distrust you at first. However, with those skills, it's only a matter of time before you win their trust. More importantly, right now, what I need is your strength.
I am moved by your frankness. Very well then. As of this moment, I stand at your service.
You are doing quite well, I see.
As a new recruit of Wei, I must train and earn your trust.
Just how many years do you think have passed since Yangping Gate? You are long past the point where you can be treated like a new recruit.
You are too kind. I just try to maintain that hunger.
This one here? I don't think he's ever had that hunger.
Back then, Master Jiashu's plot had my very life in the hands of Lord Cao Cao. I owe him greatly. When he graciously agreed to spare me, I began walking a new path. Therefore, I shall do whatever I can to repay him.
I also lost my way, and was saved by Lord Cao Cao. Although our reasons may be different, we are the same. You and I, fighting for our lord.
Master Jia Shu, Master Pang De, Lady Wang Yi. Our lord clearly has a talent for attracting officers of superior ability. As the old guard, we cannot afford to let them outdo us. Right, my lord?
Indeed.
I think we're in quite the predicament.
Continuing along his path of ambition, Cao Cao seized the lands of Hanzhong from Zhonglu. In Yi, Liu Bei sensed the impending danger and decided to return a portion of Jing province to Sun Quan in return for his assistance. Sun Quan agreed to Liu Bei's request and set out to attack Cao Cao's territory. His target was Hefei, which was defended by a small unit led by Zhang Liao. The successor to his father's ambition, Cao Pi immediately realized the threat to his army that the Wu invasion presented. He hurriedly gathered his troops and set out for Hefei. Worried for her husband's safety, Lady Jen accompanied him into battle. For she did not just wish to be protected by the man she loved, but to fight by his side as his equal. Determined to prove this to him, this beautiful flower took to the battlefield, ready to blossom. Thanks to the efforts of Xiahou Yuan and Zhang He, the lands of Hanzhong now belong to Cao Cao. However, there were 3 kingdoms vying for control of the land. By attacking one, you merely left yourself open to be attacked by the other. Sensing an opportunity to strike Cao Cao, Wu moved its army north. At Shu's behest, they advanced their forces to Hefei. The bulk of the Wei forces were concentrated in Hanzhong, leaving their defenses in Hefei thin. Amid the commotion within the camp, Cao Cao stood alone, calm and collected as always. He was determined to defend Hefei by any means necessary, and would not give it up without a fight. As the Wu army closed in, his blade stood firm, glistening in the sunlight. Before long, Cao Cao would occupy Hanzhong in order to check Shu's growing power. Threatened by Cao Cao's move, the fledgling kingdom of Shu turned to Wu for assistance. Sun Quan was determined to strike Cao Cao from behind and instructed Gan Ning and his men to march on Hefei. Unfortunately, Wu no longer had the brilliance of Zhou Yu to guide them. However, in this battle, a new bond of allegiance would be formed. The Wei ranks were blessed with the presence of Zhang Liao, and the legend, which would be told for generations to come, was about to begin.
I reckon this next battle will be a real walk in the park. Oh, man.
You sure do talk a good game.
Huh?
You two. You never stop. With Lord Zhou Yu gone, we must be more united than ever to support our lord.
Yeah, but he was...
Hey, how about a contest? Who bags the most enemies? And the loser has to leave the army.
Huh. Sounds lame. But if it'll get you to shut up for a while...
Wu forces are relentless. We should hold up and await reinforcements.
Unless we strike back, the castle will fall. I, for one, am not afraid to give my life for the good of my kingdom. I am Zhang Liao. Who will face me?
No.
I am Zhang Liao.
It's Zhang Liao! It's really him!
The mighty Zhang Liao, huh? Ha! Let's see how mighty he really is! What are you waiting for? Retreat! Retreat!
Hey there. Gan Ning. You remember how many you beat?
Huh? You're not still doing that, are you?
How about we start again from scratch? New stakes. The loser buys the winner drinks for a year.
Huh. Sounds good to me.
All right. Not again.
Maybe next time.
I'm afraid we will be back. When they return, we will repel them again.
You are a man of true determination.
My lord's vision of the future is resolute and unwavering. Therefore, I too must be unwavering.
So you still won't reveal Sun Juan's whereabouts, I see. You're a fool to think you could actually protect him. Now, tell me where he is.
That's enough of that.
How embarrassing. I was supposed to find you, not you find me.
I would never leave someone I cared about behind. Lianshe, it is now my turn to protect you, as you have always protected me. It appears your escort has come.
Leave, Sun Juan.
My love? This was the perfect opportunity to kill him. Why?
I don't care. His head would mean nothing to me if I were to lose you.
Following the formation of the Three Kingdoms, the flames of war descended upon Nanyang in Jing Province. Ho Yin rose in rebellion against the Wei prefect of Nanyang. He joined forces with Shu's Guan Yu, and after removing the prefect, took up position within Wan Castle. In response, Wei sent an elite unit led by Cao Ren to the castle. Shu sent Guan Yu to Wan Castle as well, but it had already been surrounded by the Wei army. This battle almost seemed to foreshadow the much larger showdown between Wei and Shu that was to come. In order to realize Liu Bei's dream of a land of benevolence, this was one battle that Guan Yu and the Shu army could not afford to lose. Serving as one of the next generation of Shu officers, Guan Ping was in high spirits. He was happy to be participating in such an important battle by the side of his legendary father.
Impressive spirit, boy. You win, for now.
Enough, my son.
Father.
The enemy will be back soon. More importantly,
Please don't subject Lord Liu Shan to any more danger.
You did very well, Guan Ping. No, my lord. I had no idea you were that strong. Wouldn't you agree, Xing Tsai?
Yes.
my son, you've become very strong. You bring me great pride.
Father.
All was proceeding just as Zhuge Liang had envisioned. Liu Bei captured Yi, claiming the territory as his own. And the land found itself divided into three, with Liu Bei of Shu, Cao Cao of Wei, and Sun Quan of Wu. At long last, Zhuge Liang's three-kingdom strategy had come to fruition. Against this backdrop, the province of Jing, located at the center of these three kingdoms, grew more important than ever. While relations between Shu and Wu had worsened as they fought for control of the province, that all changed when Wei invaded Hanzhong. Liu Bei proposed a ceasefire with Sun Quan and returned to him the eastern portion of Jing. And in return for the land, he asked that Wu participate in a joint attack against Wei at Hefei. Just as they promised, Wu attacked Hefei. For a while, Jing once again knew peace. Having secured Jing, Zhuge Liang sent Huang Zhang and other top generals to take the fight to Wei. The battle would take place on Hanzhong's Mount Dingjuan. It was there that Zhuge Liang realized that the land of virtue they had sought for so long was finally within their grasp. Thanks to the efforts of Cao Cao's loyal blade, Zhang Liao, the defenses at Hefei held firm. With the immediate threat removed, it was the perfect chance to advance from Hanzhong toward Yi. However, much to everybody's surprise, Cao Cao instead returned home to Xuchang. There was tremendous speculation as to the reasoning behind his actions. Was he focusing on building up his domestic strength? Or perhaps he was wary of the threat posed by Guan Yu in Jing? Or perhaps Cao Cao's health was fading, and he could no longer participate in a drawn-out military campaign. Meanwhile, seeing Cao Cao's absence as an opportunity, Shu advanced on Hanzhong. There, the Wei generals Xiahou Yuan and Zhang He stood guard over the summit of Mount Dingjuan. Whatever Cao Cao's true intent was, it was hidden by his sudden withdrawal from the front lines. And it would not be known until the victor of this battle had been decided.
The enemy ranks are as clear as day. Ha! That's quite a shot. Ugh. It's too far. There's no point. Ugh. Unless you're as good as me. Ugh. Securing Hanzhong will bring stability to the kingdom of Shu. After all, even we old folks have to think about the future sometimes.
The weather's quite good, which means that our camp is all too visible.
I must admit, this hinders us more than it helps us.
So, that's where you are, old man.
I will go forth.
No, I'll take care of it. You stay here! Scratched me. I'm off my game.
Come, boy. You haven't beaten me yet!
Know when to give up, old man. Take him away.
Lord Cao Cao's forces are here!
My lord, I hope what we have achieved will please him.
What the? How? Catch me if you can!
Come on! It breaks now? Where's the luck?
Last time I acted as a decoy.
He runs away fast, I'll say that much.
Cao Cao is gone, I see.
He said something about being a decoy. Just a bad loser.
I hope you are right. Maybe. Lord Guan Yu.
Guan Yu has moved upon Fan Castle. We have lost Hanzhong, but at least we have drawn him out. As agreed, you must draw up an alliance with Sun Quan.
My lord.
You just threw away Hanzhong? threw away my cousin's life?
Xiahou Yuan's death was not planned. But if it enables us to kill Guan Yu, then he would have been happy.
You!
Our lord wanted to retreat and prepare for Guan Yu's attack. But he has allowed me to launch an offensive. He does not wish General Yuan's death to have been in vain. I can sense the sorrow that I know he is feeling.
It had all been a ruse to lure out Guan Yu. The province of Jing. In the Age of the Three Kingdoms, it was one of the most important strategic locations in the land. And as long as the brave Guan Yu stood guard there, it was a threat to both Wei and Wu. So Cao Cao had feigned an opening so that Shu would attack. And just as he had predicted, Guan Yu came north and attacked Wei's stronghold of Fan Castle. All of this was an elaborate plan to topple the mighty Shu warrior. To realize this plan, he had sacrificed the lands of Hanzhong, as well as his trusted lieutenant, Xiahou Yuan. However, Cao Cao had no regrets. For Xiahou Yuan had chosen his duty, knowing that it would help lead his master to his ultimate goal of conquest. With what little life Cao Cao had remaining, he knew he must move to secure his legacy. He instructed Sima Yi and his men to work together with Wu in order to defeat Guan Yu. He could not show the slightest hint of his sadness at the loss of his right-hand man, nor of his own weakened state due to illness. At last, the price of Cao Cao's ambition had nearly caught up with him. Guan Yu also joined the fray, moving north to attack Wei's stronghold of Fan Castle. However, they were unaware that they were playing right into Cao Cao's hands. Immediately, Cao Cao moved to form an alliance with Sun Quan. For as long as Guan Yu was in Jiangling, neither Wei nor Wu could rest easy. Wei would lure Guan Yu out, and Wu would strike him from behind. Sun Quan agreed to the plot against Guan Yu, and sent Lu Xun along with his best troops to Jing. He did this despite knowing that doing so would stain his honor and brand him a traitor, and that this would cause immense grief to the sister he had given to Shu in marriage. At Hanzhong, Cao Cao seemed almost too calm and collected. Zhuge Liang could not help but feel uneasy. With Hanzhong under its control, Shu had stabilized as a country and was gaining momentum. As if in celebration of their good fortune, Guan Yu marched north from Jing and attacked Wei at Fan Castle. If they could bring down Fan Castle, there would be nothing left standing between them and the Han capital of Shechang. With everything going so well, there was no reason to expect that their Wu allies would betray them. However, no matter what Zhuge Liang did, his worries could not be eased. Then, as the stage switched to east of Hanzhong at Fan Castle in Jing, waves of emotion flooded over Guan Yu as he gazed upon Fan Castle, where Cao Ren lay in wait. For finally, the dream that Liu Bei had pursued for so many years was about to become a reality. To forge a path to that world of virtue, Guan Yu and his sons would fight to the bitter end. The God of War's battle plan was flawless. That is, until the surprise attack came.
We will work with Wu to kill him. There is no need for you to go.
Did you think I didn't know about your illness? We don't have time to sit idly by, wait for Wu to move.
Guan Yu's defeat will bring our rule closer, but it is not the end of the road.
Before you die, I will at least show you a glimpse of your dream. Don't worry. I'll finish this.
The enemy numbers are far greater than we had imagined. Father, you must withdraw!
King, what about you?
I will stay here in the castle and keep the enemy occupied. Brother, you must keep our father safe. Of course.
My son, you must stay alive, live, and support your brother.
What are you talking about?
And give my lord and Jiang Fei a message for me. Tell them I'm sorry I broke my promise. Farewell, my son. I have always been proud of you.
Father!
You wish to fight me with that frail body?
I might have known you'd see. You're right. I am suffering from an illness. Now that you know that, you'll know I have absolutely nothing to lose.
Your spirit remains strong. You deserve the honor of the absolute best I have to give.
My lord! Why would you fight when you were clearly so ill?
Jing province is ours at long last. And Lord Zhou-Yu's dream is fulfilled.
My lord.
Your time begins now. Your talents must support the future of Wu.
But I hated you with all my being. It's over, Cao Cao.
Wu should be placated by the fact that much of Jing province has been returned to them. Once we eliminate Shu, they won't be able to offer any resistance.
You need your rest. Just leave it be.
You're right. It is time for my path of conquest to end and for me to meet my destiny. Xiao Dun. I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you.
What nonsense is this?
Tianwei, I can finally tell you I'm sorry. Xiao Yuan, forgive me.
Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the
Sima Yi, fine work. I thank you.
My lord, you still have much to do in the days to come.
Of course. I have to build us all a new land. I am not like my father. The world I create will not be like his. But I will say this. My father laid the foundations, and now I will build upon them.
Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!
Due to the treachery of his supposed ally Wu, Guan Yu was slain in battle. And in an instant, the bonds so carefully formed between Shu and Wu through Sun Shangxiang's marriage were torn apart. Meanwhile, the tides of change were swelling within the Wei camp as well. Cao Cao, the hero of chaos, died and was succeeded by his son Cao Pi. Following in his father's footsteps of conquest, Cao Pi demanded the Han Emperor abdicate the throne and declared himself Emperor of Wei. In response, Zhuge Liang advised Liu Bei to stake his own claim on the throne. He reminded Liu Bei that he was an actual descendant of the Han bloodline, that it was his birthright. By doing so, he could label Cao Pi a traitor to the country for having deposed the Han Emperor. However, Liu Bei remained undecided, for he was still haunted by the death of Guan Yu.
Yes. We must defeat Wu.
But Cao Pi is the true threat! What is the point of attacking Wu?
What point? You... How dare you say that? Avenge Guan Yu's death. What other reason do we need? I'm sorry.
I bring news! General, General Zhang Fei! He has been killed! By his own men! What? The traitors have taken his head and fled to Wu!
Zhang Fei is dead.
For the first time in his life, Liu Bei decided to start a war rooted in hatred. Joining his sworn brother in the afterlife, Zhang Fei also passed away. The sworn brothers who had pledged to die at the same time had nearly fulfilled their oath. Meanwhile, Wu, who had betrayed Guan Yu and also killed Zhang Fei, still stood. Liu Bei brushed aside the pleas of Zhuge Liang and his other retainers, determined to launch a large-scale military campaign against Wu. Liu Bei's hatred, sorrow, and malice whipped through the sky above Yiling, signs of the impending storm. This battle would not be for justice, nor virtue, nor for the people. With a heavy heart, a pair of eyes looked upon the army of Shu, which had been transformed by vengeance. Sun Quan must pay for this treachery. Liu Bei abandoned his marital ties to the Sun family and led a large army to attack Yiling. Sun Quan met him in battle without the slightest hint of hesitation or emotion. For upon hearing of Liu Bei's invasion, he had immediately gathered his men and sought a strategy that would bring them victory. This was Sun Quan's way, now that he had surpassed his father and brother and accepted his destiny as ruler. Witnessing Sun Quan's disciplined presence of mind, the young heroes of Wu prepared a brilliant strategy to ensure their success.
The Shu army is large in number. They have marched a long way. We must strike now, while they are still fatigued.
Absolutely.
So everyone is in favor of Ling Tong's plan?
Just a moment. Lord Ling Tong's plan has merit. But it fails to consider the emotions.
Who do you think you are? I don't believe a word he's saying.
He's
out of his mind!
Come on. Having lost Guan Yu, the Shu army is burning for revenge. We should shore up our defenses and wait for the enemy to realize their own fatigue.
It's not half bad.
But can we really hold out against an army that size?
You doubt us? Remember, we have used cunning to defeat large armies before. At Cherbi, for example.
Right on!
Lu Xuan, you will take command in this battle.
Such vast numbers. The sorrow and anger that our Lord is feeling must be great indeed. But right now, he does not have any sense of perspective. He may resent it, and even decide to push me away. But if I don't keep him safe, then I will be dishonoring my great forebearers. Now, I must go to him!
must withdraw! Allied reinforcements are on their way!
I will not! I must avenge my fallen brothers!
Take care of our lord!
Sir!
Lord Zhuge Liang, the rest is up to you. I have done enough. It would seem that victory is beyond us today.
Leave this to us. You go after Liu Bei.
It's about time I got to have some real fun. We'll take care of this.
Very well. I am in your debt.
Stop! Please. He is no threat to Wu anymore. Please.
No. I must avenge my fallen brother, or die trying.
That would be foolish.
Sun Quan.
Lower your weapon, Lu Xun. Shu has been destroyed. They have not the means to oppose us anymore. Or maybe they do. Maybe I just don't want to bring any more pain to my sister.
Brother. Thank you.
Unable to fulfill his quest for revenge, he soon took ill. Despite his power and authority, he never abandoned his kindness and human decency. He was willing to give his own life if it might ease the people's suffering. The final chapter in the book of this man, who lived with passion and a zest for life, was about to come to a close.
Forgive me. I wanted a land of benevolence, like we had talked about. But I allowed my grief to consume me, and it cost men their lives.
Your mistakes are due to your benevolence.
You have supported me until the very last, my friend. My son, Liu Shan. He must take over when I am gone. But if he proves inadequate, then I want you to lead Shu.
But my lord...
Indeed, you are the one who has shown true benevolence until the very end.
My lord...
You must complete the task I have left unfulfilled. Ah, my brothers, my friends. I'm sorry I took so long. Now, we go. Together, always.
Shocking news was delivered to the massive Wei Empire. Its enemies, Wu and Shu, had suddenly joined forces against it. Taking over as Emperor of Wei following the death of his father, Cao Pi responded swiftly to this threat and immediately took action. He invaded Wu's territory from 3 directions: Dongkou, Rushukou, and Jiangling. In response, the Wu forces remained eerily quiet. Without the hero of chaos on their side, a dark cloud hung over Wei. The only one who could dispel this cloud was the officer that had fought numerous battles by Cao Cao's side. The officer considered a leader of Wei, and known as its immovable shield, Cao Ren. Would his presence be enough to slice through this shroud of darkness and open a path for his allies?
We should be safe here.
The battle went very badly.
The blame lies squarely with me. Forgive me, my lord.
My love! I'm so glad to see you safe.
I'm fine. Other than that, I have been shown my own impotence. First, thanks are in order. It is only due to this man that I am alive today.
General, I cannot thank you enough. You have my utmost gratitude.
My lady, there is no need for you to thank me. I am my lord's shield. I live to keep him safe.
Liu Bei, the Emperor of Shu, had passed away. The first to respond to this news was the Wei strategist Sima Yi. His great plan was to assault the Shu forces from 5 directions at once, thereby putting an end to them once and for all. Leading his troops himself, he advanced on strategic locations within Hanzhong. Meanwhile, sensing Wei's intentions, Zhuge Liang dispatched Ma Chao to Xiping Gate. With the master horseman Ma Chao at the gate, it was thought that its defenses were airtight. However, with the garrison looming before him, Sima Yi's eyes began to brighten. For he had a secret weapon to defeat the brave warrior Ma Chao. Her name was Wang Yi, a young and beautiful woman driven by a burning desire for revenge.
I know this area like the back of my hand. You can leave the setting up of communication and supply lines to me, my lord.
That is good to know. However, your true objective...
Revenge can ruin us. This concerns you, yes? Do not worry. I have control of my emotions.
Very well, then. If you are so calm, prove it to me. On the battlefield. If I may ask, do you plan on drinking all of the castle's wine?
My lord.
So you let one officer escape you. Why are you so depressed?
We managed to do well enough to cause a nice pallor to cross over Zhuge Liang's face.
I would prefer that you not praise me too much. It won't do anything to cheer me up.
I was not praising you.
The truth is, I wanted to go after him. Although, for every one of my harsh words, I was unable to.
I see.
I want Ma Chao's head. That is what drives me, my quest for vengeance. My lord, please join me on my journey.
Meng Huo and his family found their homes under the threat of invasion from Shu. In order to prepare for a showdown against Wei, Shu looked to stabilize the region of Nanzhong. The king of Nanzhong, Meng Huo, worked together with his friends to stave off the Shu forces. However, they were forced to retreat time and time again due to brilliant strategies from the Shu commander, Zhuge Liang. Eventually, they fell back to their last remaining garrison at Sanjiang Castle. The enemy had the advantage in terms of troops as well as tactics. However, Meng Huo refused to give up hope. He continued to believe in the one advantage he maintained over the Shu forces, his family. The bond he shared with the other warlords of Nanzhong gave them an incredible source of strength. Now, driven into a corner, the great king was about to find the will to strike back. The peace that his family had enjoyed for so long was suddenly thrown into chaos. In an effort to pacify the region of Nanzhong, Shu had prepared a large army and launched an invasion. Meng Huo, the king of Nanzhong, fought alongside his fellow warlords bravely, but they were no match for the superior Shu forces. Due to the strategies of Shu's Zhuge Liang, many of Meng Huo's friends were being driven into a corner. Yet there was one warrior who stood to face this unprecedented danger in which they found themselves. Her name was Zhu Rong, and she was the wife of Meng Huo and a descendant of the god of fire. Her presence alone served to rally her beleaguered husband and his officers. Leading the troops herself, she set out to rescue their friends. In order to protect her family and their lands, this goddess of fire raced towards the battlefield. After the death of Liu Bei, the area to the south of Shu was shrouded in uncertainty. Powerful clans in Nanzhong led by Gao Ding, Yong Kai, and Zhu Bao rose in rebellion, one after another. However, these uprisings were only a sign of larger things to come. The king of Nanzhong, Meng Huo, had raised an army. He seized control of Nanzhong and emerged as a major threat along Shu's southern border. The Shu chancellor, Zhuge Liang, took this threat seriously and decided to launch a military campaign to the south. Still reeling from the death of his father, Guan Sui set out for the battle in this land of the unknown. And of course, Bao Sanyang was there to participate in the campaign as well. For she wished to be by Guan Sui's side, their hearts together as one.
Look! Don't you think they're the biggest and cutest things you've ever seen?
Yeah. Perhaps.
Someday, maybe we can ride on an elephant and travel to Nanjing.
Huh? Ride this thing?
Yeah. Doesn't it sound like fun?
You just might be the most cheerful person I know.
I think this might be the first time I've ever seen you smile.
That may well be. I guess your enthusiasm has rubbed off on me.
Guansua, are you saying that you feel the same?
When I see you, all the troubles in the world, they just seem to melt away.
Hey! What do you mean by that? Wait up, Guansua!
Following the formation of the Three Kingdoms, the area of Yang Province was under the control of Wei. The forces of Wu suffered numerous defeats to the Wei forces, and a number of Wu officers defected as well. Determined to turn the tide, Wu's Sun Quan approached the prefect of Poyang territory, Zhou Fang, with an ingenious plan. He convinced him to pretend to surrender to the enemy and trick the Wei forces into invading Wu. The plan worked perfectly, and the Wei commander Cao Xiu advanced his forces on Shirting. Sun Quan made the necessary preparations and set out to eliminate the approaching enemy army. It was here that Sun Quan displayed the leadership abilities that his brother Sun Tzu had evaluated so highly. And as he was beginning to come into his own as a ruler, Lian Shi once again was right there with him. For she wished to be by the side of the man who was more important to her than anyone else in the world.
Lian Shi!
My lord!
Are you hurt?
I'm fine, my lord.
Forgive me.
My lord, although the battle has been won, it's still far too dangerous for a commander to be out on the front lines.
But...
I am flattered, my lord, by your affection for me. However... there are many, many others who care and worry about you.
You're right. I'm sorry. All of you. I have been a fool. Can you forgive me?
Meanwhile, following the death of his father Cao Cao, Cao Pi declared himself Emperor of Wei and moved to invade Wu. It was a sign of the threat that an alliance between Wu and Shu posed to his kingdom of Wei. Sun Quan himself led his troops onto the field and lay in wait for the impending battle at Dongkou. Within the ranks of the Wei army was the feared general Zhang Liao. However, the old Sun Quan, who had cowered in fear before him at Hefei, was no more. Lu Xun, Ding Feng, Zhou Tai, Ling Tong, Lian Shi. The leader of Wu was surrounded by many brilliant young generals and courageous veterans. Brimming with confidence, Sun Quan boldly stepped forth onto the battlefield.
Sometimes it feels like I've spent my whole life just watching others. When my father and brother were alive, I used to resent the fact that all I was good for was watching them.
But not everyone can do that. It is your talent.
Yes, my sister and Zhou Yu said the same thing. I have come to realize that it is not so bad. With your help, we have been able to keep Wu safe.
My lord, you must never forget that it is your wisdom and vision that has kept us all safe.
It's very kind of you to say so.
My lord, preparations are complete. We await your orders.
Listen, men! We defeated the forces of Shu at Yiling. Now we must defeat Wei and prove we are the mightiest of the three kingdoms. That is the only way to bring peace to Wu and happiness to my people. Fight, soldiers of Wu, for our kingdom and for our families. Forward to glory!
It is hard to believe you're the same man who fled at Hefei.
I am a coward, really. Without strong hands to support me, I am always ready to flee.
I thought this was man to man.
I am a ruler, Zhang Liao.
I see. Well, I am a warrior. I cannot simply withdraw!
This is how I fight.
Excellent.
It shames me to lose to a flip-flopping turncoat like you.
The Wu have always prioritized the safety and happiness of our people. Now that we are the mightiest of the three kingdoms, this war is over.
You wish me to live on in shame?
You are a leader, Cao Pi. You have supporters, and people who need your guidance. You must not leave them.
Having defeated Shu at Yiling and Wei at Dongkou, Wu emerged as the most powerful of the three kingdoms. Sun Quan opted not to eliminate the other two kingdoms, but rather to coexist alongside them in peace. Wu would work together with their former enemies and with the people to support each other in an effort to move the country forward. For that was the land that 3 generations of the Sun family had worked so hard and shed so much blood, sweat, and tears to create. Surely the peace that emerged from these 3 kingdoms would last for some time to come. As long as the fertile lands of Wu and the bravery of the Sun family were there to look after it, all would be right with the world.
Father. Brother.
Fine work, son.
Yeah, I knew you had it in you, Chuan.
In the end, it is you who will be victorious.
But I don't... This peace is but a mere dream.
If only the war were over, for good. My lord, what are...
Everyone! Let us enjoy this!
Liu Bei died within the confines of Baidi Castle. The imperial throne was taken over by his son Liu Shan, and Zhuge Liang was made prime minister. First, Zhuge Liang looked to repair the fractured relations with Wu and revitalize their alliance. And when things worsened between Wei and Wu, he took the opportunity to eliminate a different threat. Word of impending rebellion in Nanzhong. Zhuge Liang himself led the campaign south and forced the Nanzhong king, Meng Huo, to surrender. With his rear flank secure, Zhuge Liang was ready to lead the three armies on his northern campaign. He aimed to finally eliminate his longtime nemesis of Wei. The Shu army moved north from Hanzhong, heading for the three cities of Nan'an, Tianshui, and Anding. The world of virtue which he had sought together with Liu Bei. He could not let this dream simply vanish among the pages of history. The Shu military, joined by numerous peasant volunteers, marched north to strike at Wei. For Zhuge Liang and the rest of Shu, a long and arduous battle was just beginning.
My lord, your Highness, the battle is about to begin.
Yes.
To fulfill the wishes of your father, I have dedicated my life to this cause. But should that not be enough this time?
What's the matter? You sound like it's all coming to an end. I would say that our battle is just beginning. Is that not so?
Yes, my lord. I apologize. Lord Liu Bei, your son has your spirit of benevolence. He and I will give our lives to fulfill your dream.
A most impressive strategy, my lord. But I still stand in your path. The battle is not over yet.
Had you abandoned your troops before, Then you may well have been the victor here today.
No man with a heart could ever do such a thing.
It seems you too are a man who knows the spirit of benevolence.
Benevolence?
Pillaging of the people is unacceptable. The injured must be tended to, even the enemy. We are the inheritors of my father's dream of benevolence. We must take pride in that.
Following the death of the Shu Emperor Liu Bei, Zhuge Liang looked to carry on his will and invaded Wei. Setting his sights on Chang'an, he moved north, capturing Nan'an, Tianshui, and Anding along the way. Having extended his forces so far, the importance of Jieting increased as it lay on the supply route to Hanzhong. Zhuge Liang ordered his trusted disciple Ma Su to defend Jieting at all costs, but warned him not to stay on top of the mountain. However, Ma Su ignored Zhuge Liang's warning and set up camp at the mountain summit. There, he had his water supply cut off by Wei and found himself in a most dire situation. Upon hearing this news, Zhuge Liang himself immediately set out for Jieting. From the outside, he appeared to be as calm and collected as always. The only one who could sense the pain he truly felt was his beloved wife, Yue Ying.
My lord, it's getting cold out. Please come inside. Think of your health.
I know. I have no choice. Ma Su must take responsibility for his actions. Although it pains me more than anything. Yet if I don't, then how can I be a proper leader?
My lord.
It is clear. We must continue moving forward. Lord Liu Bei's land of benevolence. We must make it a reality. Even if it proves to be difficult.
I am your wife, my dear. Whichever path you take, no matter what, I will be there for you, forevermore.
The realization of a land of benevolence. That was the dream that the first emperor of Shu, Liu Bei, had for his people. Determined to realize the wish of its former lord, Shu carried out numerous invasions against Wei to the north. And during its fourth northern campaign, Shu's Zhuge Liang advanced upon Mount Qi. In response, Sima Yi of Wei remained strangely silent and refused to move. It was shaping up to be a battle of intellects at the key stronghold of Mount Qi. However, the efforts of one man held the key to the difference between victory and defeat. After the deaths of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, Wei Yan served as the main general of the Shu army. Beneath his mask burned a fiery desire as he took to the battlefield.
bring a message from Master Zhuge Liang. He says that's enough fighting for today. Well, that went easier than expected.
Zhuge Liang, bringer of peace, has same dream as Liu Bei. I make Liu Bei's dream come true.
Oh, so that's why you listen to him, even though he treats you so badly. I don't think he's ever going to truly recognize your efforts, you know? It's a pity, though. You know, you're a lot kinder than you look.
Zhuge Liang led the Shu army to victory at Nan'an, Tianshui, and Anding, in addition to Mount Qi. He also obtained the talents of a brilliant young strategist, Jiang Wei. Determined to prevent Shu from gaining any additional momentum, Wei entrusted its army to the deviously clever Sima Yi. Zhuge Liang dispatched Ma Su to Jieting in order to face Sima Yi. However, Ma Su was no match for Sima Yi's intellect. Jieting fell to Wei, and Zhuge Liang lost all footholds from which he could easily attack Wei. Shu was forced to temporarily withdraw its forces. And yet, the officers and people of Shu still were determined to realize the land of virtue that Liu Bei had once sought. This northern campaign would go on for years, and these events would be replayed again and again. Time passed, with neither Shu nor Wei gaining the upper hand. And eventually, Zhuge Liang fell ill. Knowing that his time was limited, Zhuge Liang summoned Jiang Wei, and together they set out on one last campaign north. The battle would take place on the Wujiang Plains against his nemesis, Sima Yi. And so the dragon summoned his last remaining strength and set out to fulfill the promise that he had made so many years ago.
I must lay the groundwork for certain victory here today. Before my life runs out.
My lord, there you are! Our men await your orders.
Jiang Wei, it is time for you to lead our forces today.
But I'm not yet ready.
I will assist you. You must learn how to do this, my boy.
Yes, my lord. My men have seized your precious supplies and repelled all your devious plots. Sima Yi, how long are you going to hide? If you insist upon staying put, then you will die in your cowardice! Stand! Zhao, get farther!
Come on, then.
Yeah! Don't you forget! If you wish to get at Zhuge Liang, you will have to go through me first!
The Shu army defeated Wei at the Wujiang Plains. The bravery and wisdom of Zhuge Liang's hand-picked successor, Jiang Wei, managed to overcome the cunning of Sima Yi. However, Sima Yi was not content to simply fade into the sunset with this defeat. And yet, under the clear and starry night, Zhuge Liang believed. He believed that even without him, Shu would go on fighting. Under the clear and starry night, Zhuge Liang looked, and he saw. He saw Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and all the other brave souls that had given their lives in search of peace.
Chang'an lies ahead, and beyond that, the capital of Wei, Luoyang. With Wu's help, we'll destroy Wei, and realize our Lord's dream.
The road to that goal is long and steep yet.
My lord?
But still, I have faith. I see the spirit of benevolence of Lord Liu Bei. I see it in you, Jiang Wei. And I see hope for the next generation.
You mustn't speak as if your time is done. We will do this together.
I hope so.
Lord Liu Bei! The heavens above! I hereby swear that I will make a land of benevolence a reality!
Zhuge Liang's northern campaigns came to an end following his death. Having lost their commander, the Shu forces began withdrawing from the Wujiang Plains. However, Wei Yan refused to give up the fight. Ignoring Jiang Wei's orders to restrain himself, he went forth and charged the Wei army. The way things were going, it was only a matter of time before Shu was annihilated. Determined to take control of the situation, Jiang Wei turned to the one man he knew could help. It was Ma Dai, an officer who had the implicit trust of Zhuge Liang himself. With a resigned smile on his face, Ma Dai set off after the impetuous Wei Yan, who had charged into the enemy camp. The man, often derided as too carefree and laid back, was about to make his presence felt.
All right, we're getting out of here. You calmed down yet? How many times do I have to tell you not to rush in by yourself?
I won't retreat. Destroy Wei!
Why is that so important to you?
Zhuge Liang, not here anymore. So I build land of virtue instead!
Okay, I see you've misunderstood a few things. Things will still be okay, even without him. The ideals Lord Liu Bei and Lord Zhuge Liang had. These things, they don't disappear just because they're dead. Here, take a look. We can all work together to build a land of benevolence.
Father, the enemy has emerged from the castle and has formed defensive ranks. Why would they come out? It is the height of idiocy.
Sure, you must act as a decoy and attack from the south. Zhao, once the enemy reacts to Shi's attack, you must strike from the rear. This man, he rebels against Wei and strikes out on his own. And yet he is nothing but a mere fool! This battle is an insult to us all. End it!
Please, have mercy. I surrender.
The fact that you instigated a revolt is not such a great crime. Your greatest crime was having the temerity to think you had the talent to do so. You, who were unaware of your own mediocrity. Die.
Curse you!
What a miserable world this is, where we are forced to watch while idiots erupt in hysterics. Meanwhile, my own talents are destined to be wasted.
The cunning of Sima Yi managed to eliminate Gongsun Yuan. Not knowing the limits of his strength, he had turned his back on Wei and declared himself the king of Yan. Unable to control his anger towards this fool, Sima Yi was reminded of another man. The unparalleled tactician that had fallen at the Wujiang Plains, Zhuge Liang. Once his star had faded, the land had changed dramatically. Within Wei, Cao Rui succeeded Cao Pi as emperor and began a rule of greed and opulence. While within Wu, they watched the struggle between Wei and Shu as they stabilized their own country and strengthened their defenses. Meanwhile, determined to rebuild its strength, Shu remained quiet as it recovered. It was then that Cao Rui of Wei died and was replaced by the young Cao Feng. Supporting Cao Feng were the Wei general Cao Shuang and none other than Sima Yi. However, Sima Yi willingly gave up his authority and decided to retire instead. For he felt that dividing power between two people would only lead to chaos within the government. In addition, with Zhuge Liang gone, there were none who could match his intellect. Realizing this fact during his battle against Gongsun Yuan, he later disappeared from the public eye. And so, as the lone authority of Wei, Cao Shuang moved to attack Shu in the hope of returning Wei to its former glory. Sima Yi refused to participate in this battle and dispatched his son, Sima Zhao, in his stead. It was a sign of how much he missed having a worthy opponent.
We can place ambush troops here, but that means these supplies.
It's a little dark for map reading, isn't it? Who are you again?
My name is Deng Ai, my lord. I have had the honor of speaking with your father on several occasions.
Is that right?
I have something I wish to discuss with you, my lord.
The Night Rain. The tenacious waves of attack. I'd say they have quite the strategist leading them.
That would be me. And I'm here to claim your head.
That'll do. Pull out! Well, it looks like we got away clean in the end. But the general may prove a problem. I suppose I should go and report on what happened to my father.
Most impressive, my lord. You reminded me of your father out there today.
What? Come on. Don't say things like that. Right. Let's move on out of here.
He defeats the enemy with assured decision-making and retreats by the safest route. It seems the Suma family is the only one that can reunite Wei.
Everybody demanded the return of the cunning strategist they had known. The army led by Cao Shuang to defeat Shu was unable to achieve any results. And Cao Shuang's reputation as a military commander was dealt a crushing blow. On the other hand, Sima Zhao's skillful retreat helped further the Sima clan's reputation as brilliant strategists. Cao Shuang was convinced that military action could not restore Wei to its former brilliance. And so he held a feast at the palace that lasted for several days. With this lavish banquet, he hoped to gain influence and power by winning over the hearts of the leaders and governing officials. However, his opulence began to put a strain on the coffers and accomplished little but to drain the country of its resources. Just then, word arrived that Zhang Wei of Shu was preparing to invade Wei. The only way to meet this threat would be to depose Cao Shuang and replace him with Sima Yi. Oblivious to these calls from the people throughout his country, Cao Shuang continued to hold his feasts. As the misguided rule of Cao Shuang continued, Sima Yi sequestered himself in a mansion within Luoyang and refused to come out. However, there was a distinct gleam in his eyes, like that of a wolf stalking its prey. This was the beginning of a coup d'etat, a natural move for one of such cunning intellect as he.
You mean he's too ill even to meet with me?
Yes. Recently, he's begun to forget things. Frankly, I don't think he'll ever recover. Please give my regards to the General. By the way, where is the General right now?
Yes. I believe he is out on a hunt today. Now, if you will please excuse me.
Come, my son. Cao Shuang must be dealt with. I am not generous enough to allow such a fool to do as he pleases.
All my drinking, hunting, carousing, it is all for the future of Wei! You understand, I have to be seen as a strong leader!
What I understand is that you have proven yourself to be a most unworthy leader. For the future of Wei, I must eliminate such an incompetent ruler.
I was right to do what I did. Know your place! Our men were coming together as one under me. His Highness knew that!
You imbecile! If you thought your conduct was unimpeachable, then why were you spying on me? You feared me because you knew you were wrong, right? You blind, misguided fool. Kill him.
Sima Yi could not forgive Cao Shuang. He was a fool that cared only about what others thought of him, who let his insecurities drive him down the path of indecision. With Cao Shuang out of the way, authority over Wei fell to Sima Yi. Fearing for his life, Xiahou Ba, a relative of Cao Shuang's, decided to plot an escape. Learning of his intentions, Sima Yi made his way to the castle where Xiahou Ba was stationed.
Xiahou Ba will be heading for Shu. You don't wish us to give chase?
No. The Xiahou clan's achievements are well known. Killing him will bring unnecessary trouble.
He sides with his father's killers. To save his own hide. I couldn't do it.
Fleeing to Shu, Xiahou Ba was made a general in their army. The events following Cao Shuang's execution unnerved the leaders of Wei. Indeed, Sima Yi, now the sole authority over all of Wei, also sensed something unusual going on. However, he was too busy to do anything about it. Carrying on the will of the late Zhuge Liang, Jiang Wei of Shu had resumed the invasion of Wei. Sima Yi sent his sons, Sima Shi and Sima Zhao, to go and deal with this threat. As they looked upon the Shu army at Mount Niutou, the sagacious young men thought to themselves, why would Father not participate in this battle? Why did he send us instead? These two brilliant young minds could not help but question their great father's choice. Would they find the answers they sought in this battle?
Give it up. You will never be able to beat me.
Maybe he could, if he had a little help!
Just in time, my lord. Take care. Jiang Wei and the traitor are here. Somebody go and inform our lord at once.
Come on, we've lost this. There's no point in sticking around here.
They know when they are beaten. I swore to my lord
That I would never give up until we had built a land of benevolence! It's all right. It's okay.
Did you see that? That tenacity? Our father has left us with a few issues left to solve.
Why must people cling to their outdated ideals so stubbornly?
In the battle fought among the new generation of heroes from each kingdom, Sima Shi emerged victorious. However, the Sima clan was not given time to rest on their laurels. For at that very moment, a secret conspiracy was being plotted that would shake the kingdom to its very core. The Emperor of Wei, Cao Feng, was deposed. It was the result of a devious plot cooked up by Wang Ling following his attack on Wu. His aim was to depose the young emperor and replace him with an older one in order to reduce the Sima clan's influence within the court. Sima Yi's decision was swift. He quickly prepared his troops and set out to strike Wang Ling, who resided in Shouchuan. Unlike Shu and their repeated invasions, Wu had spent the past few years quietly building their strength. And they now hungrily awaited an opportunity to invade Wei. Of course, Sima Yi was too clever to allow Wu an opening. Though he knew that none could match his intellect and cunning, he decided to trust his instincts and quickly set off to eliminate his foes. Wang Ling was slain, and the Wu forces had no choice but to retreat. Sima Yi's influence increased greatly, and the kingdom of Wei largely fell under his control. And just as quickly as he seized power, Sima Yi took ill. He had been hiding his poor health for years, despite participating in countless battles. Enemies, allies, even his own family, he had fooled them all. It was a fitting end to one of the most cunning intellectuals the land had ever known.
Come to think of it, the last few years have been spent consolidating our rule. What's more, Father has moved with an uncharacteristic sense of haste.
He had us both fooled all along.
My time here is done. My son, you must lead in my place. Use it as you see fit.
You are just leaving it all to me.
Well, if I know you at all, you're excited by the prospect.
I won't deny it. There is none more qualified than myself to lead way into the future.
Just make sure that you walk the right path.
The cunning strategist Sima Yi passed away. Control of Wei fell to his eldest son, Sima Shi. The firm foundation of rule set by the Sima clan served to bring stability to the region. The winds of chaos that had swept the kingdom for years finally died down, and a peaceful quiet returned. However, the lands to the south were soon shaken by a new tragedy. In Wu, Sun Quan, the last of the Three Kingdoms-era rulers, passed away due to illness. The Wu chancellor, Lu Xuen, died as well, and unrest began spreading throughout the land. The time had arrived. When Sima Shi learned that Sun Quan's successor was a young, inexperienced boy, he decided to launch a military campaign against Wu. Commanding the forces was his younger brother, Sima Zhao, as well as Zhuge Dan, among others. On their way to the Wu territory of Jianye, the Wei army engaged the enemy on the fields of Dongxing. People near and far watched earnestly as the first battle of the post-Sima Yi age unfolded before them. That day, the spirit of Zhuge Dan of Wei was without equal, soaring to the heavens.
Today we will claim Dongxing and bury the Wu forces.
Yes, sir! For you, General, we would give our very lives!
Lord Sima Zhao does not appreciate the gravity of the situation. He is so different to his cool, calculating brother. I must prepare for battle.
Come, men! Victory is upon us! Follow me!
I, Ding Feng, will keep this stronghold safe.
Do you have something to say, my lord?
By attacking two castles at once, we will weaken our position. What's more, the river may force us to split our forces.
If you know that, then why not tell Jugadan?
Why bother?
You should bother. It's what a ruler does. These soldiers are looking to you for guidance.
This is why I hate having all this responsibility.
All right then.
The rising star that was Sun Quan of Wu came crashing back down to Earth. With his death, Wei sensed it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Wu for good, and prepared a large expedition. Under the leadership of Zhuge Ke, Wu set up camp at Dongxing and waited for the coming invasion. Overly confident in his ability, Zhuge Ke looked down upon the Wei forces and did not consider them to be a threat. Following their commander's lead, the Wu soldiers also lost their edge and readiness for the battle. However, there was one officer who would not allow himself to let down his guard. His name was Ding Feng, and he loved Wu more than anybody. He recognized the strength the Wei forces possessed, and made preparations to face them in battle. And as it turned out, the instincts of this battle-hardened veteran were about to be proven disturbingly prescient.
Master Ding Feng. What were you thinking?
I was just fondly recalling the beautiful sights of Wu. Lord Sun Quan, Master Lu Xun, Master Gan Ning. The sight of them, laughing and having a good time.
It sure is lonely without them.
Yes. However, like a flame that cannot be extinguished, those of us remaining must pursue their dream to protect our land of Wu, our home, the beautiful kingdom we worked so hard to build.
You are right.
Thanks to the efforts of Sima Zhao and his allies, the Wei army was able to avoid total annihilation. With the momentum on his side, the Wu general, Zhuge Ke, marched north from Dongxing. And he surrounded the new castle at Hefei, where the Wei army had taken refuge. With their backs against the wall, Sima Zhao and Zhuge Dan requested reinforcements from Sima Shi. Leading a single unit, Sima Shi broke through the Wu army's blockade and entered the castle. Once inside, he gathered up the shaken troops and prepared for a fight to the death against Wu. His superior intellect had been a source of pride, even for his late father, the famed Sima Yi. Now was the time for him to show off the genius strategies that would drive history itself forward.
This is all you have?
Brother, sorry about that.
Tell me, Zhao, what does it mean to you to hold high rank?
What? Well, actually, it means nothing.
Then discard it. That will be the punishment for your failure. I will punish the Suma and let Zhuge Dan off scot-free. And this integrity will prove invaluable in building my regime.
Brother, you...
Father told me to use power as I see fit. I intend to aim for the top.
The efforts of Sima Shi at Hefei would sweep away the failure of his family's previous attacks on Wu. Further, Sima Shi placed all of the blame for their defeat at Dongqing at the hands of his brother Sima Zhao. These actions won him the loyalty of many influential officers. As a result, the fame and influence of Sima Shi managed to surpass that of even his legendary father. Wei belonged to Sima Shi now, and its emperor was nothing more than a figurehead. It was then that Zhang Wei led Shu to rise up once again and strike at Wei. For in the eyes of Zhang Wei, Wei was still a villainous entity that stood in the way of a world of virtue. Ambition, virtue. Shu fought for ideals rather than the tangible. To Sima Shi and his quest to reach the pinnacle of power, there could be nothing more disdainful. Sima Shi dispatched Sima Zhao, Guo Huai, Deng Ai, and several of his best troops to Tianshui. The hammer of the new conqueror was about to come crashing down on the pathetic Shu forces.
Lord Deng Ai, I just wanted to say...
You cannot fight in this state.
Lord Xiahou Yuan did a lot for me in the past. But when he was killed, I was unable to repay that debt. So I have to keep Wei safe. It was the only thing he wanted. Come what may. For the future of Wei, your life must end here.
You don't get it. It was Wei that tried to kill me. Or would you rather I say, I will kill you in the name of Shu?
It pains me. Your father must be rolling in his grave.
I don't think so. If I know my father, he'd be smiling. Come on, Guo Huai. Do you really have it in you to kill me?
That is the intention. Hard as it is.
Then get on with it. What? I must say, that was a most unexpected turn of events. Shu, cannot afford to lose you. I will hold them off!
Lord Guo
Guo!
You're dead!
Jiang Wei's tenacity led him to success in slaying Guo Huai, but was ineffective against Deng Ai. Having defeated Wu and Shu, Sima Shi then turned his gaze toward domestic matters. He began to build his own military strength within Wei. Against him stood those that remained loyal to the Wei name. With him stood a new faction of those who supported his rule. The antagonism between them was almost palpable and worsened by the day. Around that time, Sima Zhao heard rumors of a plot to assassinate his brother. He hurriedly made his way to the court to warn his brother. There, he saw something shocking. He saw Sima Shi taking a leisurely stroll all by himself, completely unconcerned.
Brother! There are rumblings of discontent afoot. You should not walk alone.
But you won't bother to stop me.
What?
If they want to attack me, so be it. Right now, I am the only man fit to rule this land.
But if there is one who can defeat me, I will gladly hand over the reins.
Our Lord, he is putting the fate of Wei in the balance. If he is killed, Wei will rule the land. But if not,
He will destroy Wei and rule himself. And yet he is so calm. He frightens me.
So this is all you have?
Brother!
I am still alive. Excellent. This land is mine to unite.
The mandate of heaven is with me. Having survived the assassination attempt, Sima Shi began searching for the source of the conspiracy. He traced the lines that connected the officers who remained loyal to Wei and despised the rule of the Sima clan. It all came back to the Emperor of Wei, Cao Feng. In response, Sima Shi deposed Cao Feng and immediately replaced him with Cao Mao. This hurried political maneuvering gave birth to more cries of outrage. Guanqiu Jian, Wen Qin, and other officers loyal to Wei began to raise troops in Shouchuan. They rose in rebellion against Sima Shi. This would be the last struggle of Wei, the final throes of a dying kingdom. Determined to bring an end to Wei himself, Sima Shi marched toward Shouchuan. It was then that Sima Shi could see it clearly. he could see the summit of his quest for power and the fate that had been promised to him.
Usurper! You will be judged! Now, Win Young!
My lord, are you all right? Shochuan Castle is ours! Leave the rest to me!
Come, if you have what it takes to kill me. Even with supreme power, there are some things that cannot be controlled.
The enemy's ingrained loyalty, you mean?
That and fate.
My lord!
The land just barely slipped from the grasp of Sumashur. For after quashing the rebellion led by Guanqiu Jian and Wen Qin, Sumashur collapsed in the middle of the camp. And just like that, the ambition and intellect of this talented leader were extinguished. Fate had snatched him from this world just when his star shined brightest.
Brother. You fool! I thought I told you to defend Luoyang. Thank you for coming. Wounded by Wei's hatred. My wound has been further gouged by their tenacity. It's all such a waste. You must lead in my place, brother. Use it as you see fit.
You're just leaving it all to me?
I've heard that somewhere before.
Following Sumashur's death, power was transferred to his younger brother, Sima Zhao. During this transition, the remaining Wei loyalists used the opportunity to seek their revenge. The Emperor of Wei, Cao Mao, demanded that Sima Zhao remain within Xucheng. It was part of a plan to strip Sima Zhao of his authority over the military. Surprisingly, Sima Zhao obeyed the command and remained within the city. For he was not yet ready to take on the duties and obligations of a ruler. Now that Wei had seized authority, Shu would surely move as well. Having learned of Sumashur's death, Jiang Wei decided to undertake yet another invasion. Hearing this news, Deng Ai, Zhong Hui, and their allies yearned for Sima Zhao to again take the reins. For only with the help of the Sima clan had Wei ever managed to successfully repel an invading Shu army. Even the Emperor of Wei was unable to ignore this fact, and he allowed Sima Zhao to return to Luoyang. Released from confinement, Sima Zhao immediately set out with his troops to meet Jiang Wei's forces at Tao Shui. At last, he was finally prepared to deal with the expectations that his father, brother, and his allies had placed upon him.
That's that, then.
You were most magnificent out there, my lord.
Not that we'd expect anything less.
Hmm.
Lord Sumachao! Hooray! Lord Sumachao! Hooray!
My lord, you have earned this trust. And now, there is no one else for you to lean on anymore.
I know. I'm ready. But you'll have to let me complain sometimes.
Isn't there something else you should say first?
His power restored, Sima Zhao repelled the attacking Shu army in an impressive display of strength. Gone was the Sima Zhao who constantly depended on the assistance of his father and brother. In his place stood an ambitious young man who was ready to assume the mantle of leadership necessary to conquer the land. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Wei, Cao Mao, secretly approached Zhuge Dan at Shouchuan. Having connections to Wu, Zhuge Dan kept his distance from the other officers who kowtowed to Sima Zhao. Further, the animosity between the two left over from the Dongxing incident still remained unhealed. Cao Mao used their ill will to attempt to lure Zhuge Dan to his side. He told him that there could be no better guardian of the Wei Kingdom. Behind Sima Zhao's brilliant glow, there lurked a dark hatred for Wei. As tension gripped the land, Jiang Wei made his move. This new Shu invasion came unusually quickly after its previous attempt. Realizing that the enemy must be unprepared, Sima Zhao sent Zhang Hui and Deng Ai to deal with the threat. And so Shu attacked, ignoring their lack of strength, struggling forth, fueled only by the dying wishes of their long-departed allies. Were they not still the common fools that had been so detested by Sima Zhao's father and brother? As Zhang Hui and the others headed for Zhuanggu, Sima Zhao began to realize he could see at last who was the real enemy that corrupted the land.
Our Lord has ordered us to observe the enemy. I will go and take a look.
Wait just a minute. You're trying to steal all the glory, aren't you?
It never crossed my mind, my lord.
Then you won't mind if I go. Thank you. Finish them! Grind them into the dust!
That's odd. Where's Jiang Wei?
My lord, Jiang Wei's forces have been spotted.
Lord Jiang Wei is in danger!
So you saw me coming. However, my ambition will not be so easily stopped.
Defeated soundly at the hands of Deng Ai and Zhang Hui, The Shu army was forced to retreat from Duangu. It would clearly take Shu some time before they were ready to plot another invasion. However, troubles continued both inside and outside the kingdom. Just as the external threats began to subside, Zhuge Dan began showing signs of restlessness. He had been offering the people of Shochuan gifts to gain their loyalty. In addition, he treated his officers with uncommon kindness, and their respect for him continued to grow. Throughout Shochuan, there were numerous voices calling for Zhuge Dan to rule the land. And so, tensions between Sima Zhao and Zhuge Dan reached their peak. Then, the Wei Emperor, Cao Mao, decided to appoint Zhuge Dan to a position within his court. He ordered Sima Zhao to summon Zhuge Dan to attend the appointment ceremony. Sima Zhao obeyed Cao Mao's request and sent for Zhuge Dan to come to the capital. Convinced that this was a plot to assassinate him, Zhuge Dan instead started a rebellion at Shochuan. Left with no other choice, Sima Zhao led a unit to go suppress the uprising. He could feel it, the hatred that roiled beneath the surface of this battle.
They've allied themselves with Wu. They're coming from the south. Wen Qin defected to Wu, and he's in here. A little close for a scouting mission.
Zhuge Dan. What is it you want?
You know what I want. You have ignored the Emperor and usurped power. I want you dead.
And once I'm dead, what will you do?
I will rebuild Wei under the Emperor.
If you wish to rebuild Wei, then why are you fighting alongside Wu?
You... Shut him up!
Look at him. He's lost sight of what it is that he's fighting for. It seems like there are too many like him. No clear goal. No understanding of his capabilities. He must die!
The reinforcements from Wu are not enough to break the siege. We must conserve supplies and release all non-personnel from within the castle.
You would actually be so cruel as to hand over our loyal followers to those monsters?
Sima Zhao has shown mercy to those who surrender. It is you who are hurting our people by starving them.
Silence!
You have lost your grip! Sima Zhao has proven the greater man!
Silence!
The battle between Wei and Shu was about to take a new turn. Sima Zhao, the son of Sima Yi, had assumed power within Wei. And in Shu, the prodigious Jiang Wei was determined to carry on the ambition of Zhuge Liang. It was then that Wei's Zhuge Dan grew tired of Sima Zhao's despotic rule and rose in rebellion at Shochuan. Wei sent the bulk of its army to put down this uprising. This was one opportunity that Jiang Wei, was not going to let slip away. Eager to fulfill the wishes of those that came before him, he set out to invade Guangzhong, which was protected by Deng Ai. The thoughts and intentions of Zhang Fei's daughter, Xing Cai, were the same as those of Jiang Wei. For the sake of her fallen father, as well as Lord Liu Shan, she would fight this battle as if it were her last.
Lady Xingcai, why the hurry? Is something wrong?
I'm looking for Lord Liu Shan. Have you seen him?
No. Actually, I think I might have seen him in the garden.
Thank you for your help.
She sure was angry, huh? Lord Liu Shan. He knows her temper, yet he always tries to get out of his training anyway.
Lord Liu Shan. Lord Liu Shan. I've been looking for you. Do you know what time it is?
Not really.
It's time for your training.
I'm sorry, but I don't feel so well today.
How long do you think you can keep using the same excuse? Okay, let's go and get your sword.
You are always so strict.
I fought for Wei. I fought for our people!
If you meant to help Wei, then you should have understood your limits. It is a grave crime to misjudge yourself, and to lose sight of your goal. You must be punished for that.
Curse you!
At last, Sima Zhao had rid himself of indecision. After suppressing Zhuge Dan's rebellion, Sima Zhao returned to Luoyang and calmly prepared for his next move. He wrested all authority away from the Wei Emperor, Cao Mao. It was not out of resentment for the time he had been sequestered in Xuzhang. And it was not because Cao Mao had orchestrated Zhuge Dan's rebellion. He had simply decided to accept the responsibility of uniting the land and bringing an end to the chaos. In the face of Sima Zhao's decisive actions, the last scraps of Wei's power were driven into a corner. And so, Cao Mao set out on one final gambit.
Sima Zhao's intentions are now known to all in the land. I will not sit here and wait for death. I will kill him and reclaim Wei.
Stand your ground, traitor!
So this is the Emperor's answer. A pity. There were other roads you could have taken. I will have to live with the fact that I have killed the Emperor until the day I die. And history will record me as a killer. But I will take this responsibility, and I will see it through.
Jiang Wei had decided to set out on an 8th northern campaign. His objective this time was not Mount Qi, which Zhuge Liang had tried to capture a total of 6 times before, but rather Taoyang. He was looking to fool Deng Ai of Wei, who was in charge of defending Mount Qi. As a result, there were no Wei troops to be found at Taoyang Castle. This time, he would be victorious over Wei and realize the dreams of those that came before him. With the Shu vanguard full of enthusiasm, Xiahou Ba alone had his doubts. For he was not convinced that the veteran warrior Deng Ai would allow them to take this position so easily. That he would simply leave the castle gates open with nobody inside. As he looked at this seemingly easy target, Xiahou Ba could not help but imagine that they were walking into a trap.
Is this the exit? No, no, no. From what I've seen so far, it must be a trap.
We shall avenge Lord Guo Huai!
Sorry, son, what's that? I can't hear you. Hurts, father.
It is nice that you two get along so well.
So this is the price of living free. Very well. To die on the battlefield is quite the honor.
I cannot let you die on me.
Sima Zhao killed the Emperor of Wei, Cao Mao. However, Sima Zhao did not desire the throne for himself, and instead appointed Cao Huan as the new Emperor of Wei. Was it due to a sense of guilt for having killed Cao Mao? Or did he feel it inappropriate to take the throne after having perpetrated such treason? It would not be long before the people would learn the true intent behind his actions. Sima Zhao took Zhonghui, Deng Ai, and his other men and advanced on Shu's stronghold of Yangping Gate. They would retaliate against the countless attacks they had suffered at the hands of Shu. They would put a stop to the meaningless strife brought by Shu, which had long ago lost its way and battled on merely out of habit. Sima Zhao would be the one to bring an end to the Age of the Three Kingdoms. This was how he would fulfill the promise he had made to the late Cao Mao.
Ba Shu is a natural fortress. It is surrounded on all sides by mountains, and the only road is well defended.
All the more reason they will not expect us to come over the mountains. I will make for Yingping via the mountains, and from there to Chengdu.
Then you had better hurry, hadn't you? If you take too long, I will go through Yangping Gate and take down Chengdu myself.
I will do my best. We will meet again at Chengdu then.
Let us begin.
Leave it to me. I will not lose to dullards bound by the words of the dead. I will finish everything here today.
You're awfully quiet. Not what I'd expect from the leader of a fallen army.
And you're not at all what I expected from a traitor to his kingdom. If anything, you have shown you possess the confidence and bearing of a true ruler.
I wish we could have met earlier, my lord.
We hereby surrender before you.
Liu Shan is no fool after all.
Shu still has resources to spare. It seems a little premature for them to surrender.
That's why it is a good one. From just the smallest skirmish with us, he has seen he cannot win. He has realized his limitations and has chosen surrender. You see, he knows what he wants. We were not fighting Liu Bei or Zhuge Liang. Their leader is still very much alive.
The long-standing chaos of the land was finally approaching its end. The kingdom of Shu was dissolved as the result of the surrender of its emperor, Liu Shan. For his role in defeating Shu, Zhang Hui was given great authority within the Wei Empire. However, full of ambition, Zhang Hui sided with the former Shu officer Jiang Wei, and together they declared their independence. And once again, the lands of Shu were thrown into a state of utter chaos. The leader of Wei, Sima Zhao, quickly moved in response to this uprising. Taking Liu Shan with him, he set out to put down the rebellion led by his former officer. Liu Shan would be invading the land of Shu as an officer of Wei. He simply laughed at this ironic twist of fate and headed towards the battlefield.
This is so sad. To harbor such ambition when so incapable. Burdened by a dead man's wish. If only he had seen beyond that.
There were other paths he could have taken. But he never even considered that possibility. And now, his path has been blocked for good. Therefore, it's up to us, isn't it? To find a new path forward.
I am sure you can lead us to that brighter future.
Huh?
I am tired. Master Suma Zhao, I leave the rest up to you.
I had a feeling this was coming.
I want to walk my own path. Surely, the more paths we offer the people, the better.
What? You're right. The path I'm taking could be the wrong one. You know, you really are something, Liu Shan.
The long age of the Three Kingdoms finally came to an end at the hand of Sima Zhao. Liu Shan chose to surrender, thus sparing the lives of his people. Afterward, he was relocated to the Wei capital and was named Duke of Anle. He was the defeated ruler of a dead nation, a disgrace to his father. He was showered with endless ridicule and jeers. But now that it was all over, he was finally able to smile.
It sure feels good to know that Shu won't be giving us any more trouble. Hey, they'll hear you.
Here, drink up.
Oh, a song of Shu.
Does it make you sad to think of your country?
Not at all. In fact, I'm enjoying myself. There's no one around to tell me what to do anymore. No need to follow the dreams of the dead.
Too true. Too true. Those who built the Three Kingdoms were too idealistic. We have been trapped by their dreams, and that has kept the war going. But enough is enough. We must open our eyes. We are the new generation!
Sima Zhao took the title King of Jin and began his preparations for a new age. However, destiny had a different idea. He died a year later. his son, Sima Yan, forced the Emperor of Wei to abdicate, thereby destroying the Kingdom of Wei. Later, he himself became emperor. Over time, Wu underwent political upheavals and began to lose power. 15 years after the establishment of the Kingdom of Jin, Wu surrendered to Jin.
No one can surpass me. Not now.
Rampage until this chaos comes to an end.
Win and win some more. I live for the day this chaos comes to an end.
Cannot be defeated, for I fight to protect the greater cause. Justice back to this world, no matter what the cause.
I devote to those I love and care about.
My efforts will restore peace to the land.
I live for the fight.
My motivation lies in my pursuit for protecting my life.
I only hope that it will be on the field.
My bow has never missed its
Nothing is like the way it was before today. We live in a world.
I won't stop until I fulfill my duty.
Thus, the three kingdoms of Cao Cao, Sun Quan, and Liu Bei were all eventually conquered under the rule of the Sima clan.